Welcome to a new Friday slot that we've opened up for our weekly session of viewer levels. As we await the first submission, I'm going to do a bit of a warm-up level, and this is a Beep Block Skyway by Megatoro, who was one of the makers behind 4YMM. And the instruction here is to believe only your sense of rhythm. So let's do that and see what this is all about. Should also work as a bit of an initial audio diagnostic to make sure my stream is actually functioning, given that we have had some audio issues lately from the CPU running hot. Okay, I'm going to have an initial music segment. And Mario's just going to break the fourth wall while standing there and just reconsider everything that he's been doing, except, oh, I see. Once every bar. Okay, once every 4 beats. We can go with that. And we had a safety net there, and I squandered it. That's okay. That's what a warm-up is for. So yeah, fairly substantial setup sequence here, but which also illustrates to you how the on-off timing is going to work. And hey, Grakowski, welcome. Yeah, bit of a new time for us this week, but things are going to be a little bit inconsistent with the schedule throughout the month of October, just due to a whole bunch of personal conflicts. So good to see you follow me all the way here regardless. And thank you, Capano, for the submission of Link's Epic Lost Woods Adventure. That was a bad idea. That's what happens when I take a moment to read your title. But thanks regardless for dropping by. Yeah, I was, of course, for the past many weeks, probably the past 2 to 3 months, running viewer levels on the Thursday slot, but yesterday we wanted to take a look at Super Mario 35. And I'd been meaning to shuffle the viewer level schedule a little bit anyway, just to try out some new slots and collect some data about how that works, so whoops. Oh, here's a question block. But I really do need to get my wall jumps in order. And hey, Rectendo, welcome back. Thank you for the submission of Going Nuts. Hope you're able to stay to see it. And yeah, should not have too much trouble with this level here. It's at about the 10% range, and it's just a matter of listening to the audio mostly, which we have not been doing, as you can see. Aha, aha. That simplifies things a bit. And Grakowski, thank you for Water Level. Very descriptive title. I'm sure that its accuracy will speak for itself. Oh, there's a coin up there. And that's how we get it. We got it. And okay. Up we go in a moment. Yeah, very relaxing safety net on the platforming. But we should actually listen to the music track from time to time and try to play around the mechanic. But on we go. And yeah, very similar, just an additional layer behind the audio track here. This looks suspicious, and of course we'll try to take it. 3 of the 4 optional coins so far. 5th one naturally being a safety coin, almost certainly. This looks like it's probably an optional challenge over here. Yep, it is. I do see the coin already. It's surprisingly challenging to cling onto the part of the wall that I would like, but we'll go for it. Nope, not quite. Yeah, you can see with, like I said, the safety nets here, why this would be a level that's in about the 9 to 10% zone, just because you get to retry so many things, but at the same time, it's actually quite challenging to work with in some ways. That was a narrow escape. Oh. Also getting used to the fact that I can, in fact, turn my facing direction in midair again, which was not the case in the quasi-SMB1 physics that are in Super Mario 35, and which took some getting used to when I played that yesterday. And hey, Alex137, welcome. Thank you for exploring the desert's pyramid. And yeah, it is a very nice sequencing of the beat block melody from Super Mario 3D World. Definitely had a much more pronounced bass line than I recall the original being, but yep, definitely spent quite a lot of time with that. So let's get right into the queue. It was definitely in 3D World, Markowski. And we'll just begin with a next. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting back into 3D World all over again. Last played it in 2014 when I did clear the whole thing, including Champions Road in co-op in the first run, and Champions Road in co-op took a while, let's say, but was also, I think, one of the most satisfying co-op experiences I've had, and so also a game that is one that I think has had a reputation that deservedly improved with time once people got out of the context of its original release and really managed to see the game for the masterwork that it was. But anyway, here is Capano's Link's Epic Lost Woods Adventure. Thank you for checking in, by the way. Lead Link through the woods, find secrets, solve puzzles, and defeat foes. Good luck. We have a 10-minute record clear on this, but on very few clears, so that data point doesn't really tell us much, except that there is a checkpoint. So let's see how we do. Thank you for the GLHF. We'll certainly take that to heart. Okay. Well, I mean, the implication here is obviously that I should get through the door, at least until I've found some way to get upstairs, which looks like it'll be through that pipe and eventually over to the key door. Oh, interesting. Looks like there's a one-way panel going on here for some reason. Okay. Got a limited sword refresh in each room, it seems. That's something we'll take into account as we break our way through. And, yeah, interestingly enough... there we go. Okay. Interestingly enough, it looks like you can, in fact, break into the lower level. That looks kind of like decoration. Oh, except there's an arrow there, and it's concealed. So, looks like my intuition may be right about something. Should actually check what the main path with a Poke is eventually, but for the time being, we'll just drop in and find out what's going on here. Ah, key door. That's probably just another Master Sword refresh. Not really keen on getting more power-ups unless they actually improve my progression. This is going to be Pegasus Dash, but we'll time it out properly. And okay, I might as well break this one open for convenience. Yeah, like I said, unless it's something like a bone shell or a boot, it's unlikely to improve my position, so we'll just assume those are sword refreshes unless I run into some obstacle that tells me otherwise. And in the meantime, we'll just hop up here. Yeah, I can definitely see that very non-linear exploratory Zelda structure going on here. Move the whole muncher stack at once. Very convenient of the bottom muncher to move the top muncher. And we'll just slap our way down here. Whoa. That was a very near thing. Hey, you know what? Let's just send that guy down there for some reason. Looks like this is going to be a bomb challenge in that I need to drop a bomb here, make it down to that passage, and continue. Okay. Looks like this will be a matter of, well, maybe not playing around with that shell too much. I mean, I could theoretically have stopped it here and used it as a weight, but I think the idea is just to get up here. No, and... oh, I see. No, I would have been trapped above the cloud regardless, so I needed to send a bomb up there, probably by placing a bomb on the right side of the seesaw, then launching it by stopping on the left. That should have been clear, given that I do not have SMB2 access to get out of that spot. So, oh, I see what's going on with the one-way panel now. The one-way panel was there to force you to blow up this location. And yeah, Capano, don't worry about my ability to solve this. Sometimes I just make mistakes like that, and if I'm actually stuck, you will know. And Gorkowski, you were saying something about the Piranha with the semi-solid behind it. I don't know if I quite saw that, but I'll go back to that spot and see if I can recognize what you're talking about. But sometimes when I play these levels, my visual memory for everything is extremely short-term. And so we'll just see how that goes. And yeah, let's just continue. Just gotta take into account the key door over here. Let's wait for the next cycle. Yeah, kind of a neat adventure level so far, in that, much like the NES approach to The Legend of Zelda, it's not so much pure puzzling like a lot of Zelda dungeons can be. It's kind of a mix of sword and shield action and the occasional one-step interaction with something like the bomb. So, as far as Zelda levels go, it's very old school in that sense. It's kind of interesting that when most people are thinking about Zelda levels these days, they're not thinking so much about the NES-style influence, simply because the paradigm of the series was so thoroughly defined by A Link to the Past in particular. Okay, let's... whoops. Oh, okay, let's grab another sword. I can do that here. That's convenient. And on we go. Oh, I see what you mean now with the piranha just kind of hanging off the semi-solid like that. Like the foliage. Okay. Just gotta do the infinite weight thing by pumping the bomb, and on we go. Okay, beetle shell down there. Don't know what that's about, but we'll just bomb it. Oh, I see. Gives you the key. Now, we have to work our way back to a key door, though, and that's something I'll have to think about in terms of where that will be. It was back on the other side of the yellow pipe. And so I do have to weave my way back out, unless, of course, one of these pipes take me through. Yeah, because I was thinking I probably couldn't weave my way back out given the on-off switch setups all over the place. So let's hit checkpoint 1. And give a bit of a tap to all the cheap sheeps up there. Okay, I see. Yep, saw that interaction just out of view. Nice that we have a bit of an intermediary location here in case I want to loop back down. And then, yep, the reason to loop back down is because we need to place another bomb over on the on-off switch here, such that I can get up top. There we go. And yeah, that's likely to be another sword. We'll just leave it for the moment. And down we go. Did we check anything on the left side here? Not really. That's mostly decorative as far as I can tell. And we'll just pop some of these cheap cheeps. And of course we'll grab the 50 coin and blow up the scroll stop. It's gotta be something, yeah. And let's blow up that passage as well. Looks like we can also destroy this entire vertical column here if we really wanted to create a passage that comes all the way down and perhaps even opens up the bottom. But given that blowing up blocks isn't preserved through checkpoints, I don't think I really see the point in doing that unless we are, of course, weaving our way back to where we came from. But we'll keep that in mind. Okay. Looks like that may, in fact, be it. We do have a scroll stop over here to the right, though. And that looks awfully suspicious. So yeah, just need to bomb our way through with a couple of interactions here, and there you go. You see another concealed arrow, partly concealed arrow, in fact. So that should have been quite visible to us from the start. And we could have just actually popped it like that. Now, why would we want to do that? Because... oh, I see. Then I wonder, because I guess the trampoline here is supposed to set up a bomb. Set us up a bomb. So I guess maybe taking the arrow there was a bit of a shortcut. Let's blow this up then. And hey, Awesome Lab, welcome back. Hope you've been doing well. And yeah, I've also been playing this a little less than usual, still doing Mario Maker on at least a weekly basis when it comes to viewer levels and backlog and so on, but definitely been playing other games lately as well, in much heavier quantities. And okay. And I think that's just a normal way of things in Mario Maker. You know, people are going to come and go, both as makers and streamers, and that is very much expected. And thank you for Mario RPG Legend of the Seven Keys. It's been a long time since I played the original Mario RPG. But we'll see how you implemented the Power Rangers battle and everything. Yeah, pardon me, just needed to pause for a second here. Oops. Okay, I see, I need to blow it up this way. And this way. Okay, we got 9 seconds here, so I probably should have been watching out for that. But that's okay, because that was not a start from checkpoint anyway. And so, looks like the way there is just to blow up the bomb spot. That takes you to the lower level on the right side. I kind of need a Master Sword. There we go. Right on the spawn location. Had not really even registered with me that I had already hit checkpoint 2 in that location, but I'll certainly take it. And, whoops. Yeah, this should obviously be a bomb spot. I just need to figure out how the throw is going to work, probably from this location. No. How did I do this before? I think it was probably just tap, tap. Yeah, that's way. Yeah, just tap, tap. Okay, I got it. Pop this. And bomb this. Okay. Not doing too badly so far. I think the way to progress is usually pretty obvious when you look at what is bombable. So just a lot of one-step interactions like that, getting you to the next available exit. Yeah, definitely a very decorative level, though, when it comes to how the semi-solids and mushroom platforms are just woven into the environment. So, yeah, as far as the Zelda levels go, definitely, as I said before, has a different feel than some of the pure dungeon experiences. We'll just get out of the way of the hammer. Lots of sword refreshes if needed, so not so much of a problem there. And this is the part that was initially over the entrance, so I think that's going to be it. Yep. Except we need to get our way out of here. Yeah, nice little ending here in terms of how this is disguised or camouflaged. Particularly for anybody who's feeling very low on time. And as a THX, I was definitely thinking about how it looked like a bombable column over to the left of the flag, but I assumed it's not really an accessible part of the course. Oh, I did not make the 10-minute world record. What a pity. So yeah, Capano, thank you very much for that one. We'll mark that as a win. And we'll pull up the sub next. And yeah, you're welcome to stay and submit more. We'll be running for quite some time yet today. Okay, so let's pull up Gurkowski. Now, I believe you said this was a water level. Or at least a title said it was a water level. We'll try to hold you to that promise. So change the water level in this water level. And given how much that has sometimes been a point of confusion in chat when people talk about water level, poison level, lava level. Yeah, definitely an ambiguity we should be sorting out. So, let's take a peek. Yeah, Grokowski, I don't know if you caught up on it. We did look at one of your puzzles over last weekend as well. It was the 1-800-Plumber puzzle. Of course, I'm reminded of it here because it was also using the SMB3 pipes. And yeah, nice pipe slopes here, by the way. I mean, we have an entrance to the left and right. We'll see what that's all about. Left entrance won't really get me anywhere yet, but it gives me a preview of what to expect with the on-off switch, as well as the trampoline on the other side, so... Ah, one-way panel over here, so I do need to progress. I do wonder, then, where the other pipe takes me. Ah, POW block, okay. Should have actually checked that. I think this is pretty clearly up on a POW and through the door. Either entrance is fine, okay. Kind of curious, given though that you have one pipe exit here. Oh, I see, because the rooms are doubled, yeah. And the rooms change the water level. Yeah, because you have low, the watermark is signified by the track. And this allows you to grab the second POW, which would allow you to do this in the other room as well. Now, do we want to do that? I do want to keep the trampoline. I do want 2 POWs, I think, because if I have a second POW, I'm able to drop it in this location, such that I can carry the trampoline with me, eventually hit the on-off switch, and get out on the left side here. So were I to come back here, I would be able to grab this... Ah, no, I needed to drop that POW first. Okay, no, I messed this up. Let's grab this guy again. Okay, so POW on the left is the one from the other room. Let's just juggle these around. Yeah, because I want to have access to 2 POWs. The next room. I think that's the idea. Doesn't quite explain what I do after I hit the on-off switch, though, but we'll see how that goes. Let's drop this guy. Take this POW. Yeah, so the POW I'm carrying is the one from this room. And I need to figure out how to get back out afterwards, but I don't know if there's anything in the pipe entry yet. I had only, of course, just remembered the clear condition. Yeah, because if I hit the on-off switch, then the POW drops. If the POW drops, it should sink in the water, right? Yeah, it does. Okay. But I'm able to jump out with it afterwards. So... let me think about this for a moment. Wonder if the trampoline gives me anything on the other side, though, in the other room. I have not checked that yet. We've also just not checked the other pipe entry above the on-off switch. So let me just... actually, probably just drop this guy. Drop this guy. And And Lizard Dude, thank you for Ultimate Refreshing Course. Ah, okay, we've got 2 trampolines. That's important. Because that means I can get out of here. Using this. And that... Let's see how much height I get off of this jump. Can I get all the way up? No. I would need a POW beneath it, in fact. Or I would need to get back up this way. Okay. Let me think about that for just one moment here. What if I traded these 2 off? Oh, I would need a POW to sit on, I guess. Except I carried this spring over from the other side, and so I think I would not have that opportunity. But if I were able to return to the other room with the spring over here, then I'm in good shape. Getting the on-off switch, though, is making me think about this blue block here. Because the blue block is one that I don't really know what to do with just yet, except, of course, it allows me to climb back if needed. So I'm holding the current trampoline. I would need to get back on the other side. Let's think about this for a moment. We know how to get 2 POWs into this room. We know how to get 2 POWs into either room, actually, I think. But then if we get a POW transferred from one room to the other, we can't also be holding the trampoline for a similar transfer. I should probably just check the pipe, in fact. We're low on time anyway, and so I expect there will be some kind of reset. Yeah. Ah, okay. So that's what allows you to just start the puzzle from this side. Okay, but it's pretty much the same idea, that if you started the puzzle from this side, you would need to get back up here. And then what? Let's think about this. Yeah, either way, you need to drop the first item when you spawn in order to get to the door, and so that's the natural progression. We've been following that so far. We know how to manipulate the placement of some of the items, in that I can grab this POW. I can grab that trampoline. I can't take it up with me, but if I had 2 POWs here, I take this POW up, then I'd be able to get back up, I think. So why don't we take this with us? And I'm going to trade POWs. And after trading POWs here, whoops, that allows me to get up onto the other side to pick up that trampoline, which then allows me to come back. Because let's say I drop this, then I come over here, pick up this guy. And the idea is that I want to wrap around to the other side. That's what I've been doing so far, though. I think that was the first sequence of interactions I had to begin with, so maybe that doesn't do anything for me. Because I'm getting as far as picking that one up, bringing it back here. We progress like this. Let's see if there's a way to trade trampolines. As soon as I get back in the level, of course. And yeah, Lizard Dude, you are in the queue. No need to add twice. Okay, it doesn't matter which way we go in. Either way, we need to drop the first item to progress through the door. And once again. Now, is the 2-POW sequence actually necessary? I think it is. So let me just grab this. One important thing over here is that I am able to pick up the trampoline on the other side now, but I can't bring it back with me. So quite possibly I need to do some kind of trampoline and POW combination to well, I need to think about whether there's a way to have 2 POWs and 2 trampolines in a room. No, I don't think so, because no matter what, you're going to be carrying one object and having at most 2 pipe spawns in a room. So yeah, I'm currently holding the POW from the lower level room. I do need a way to get back out, so we'll do that. And whoops. Here we go. Also important to note is that if I do tap the on-off switch, I do have a way to get left to right because of the blue block, and that's something that, as I said before, I have not really gotten to yet in terms of progressing through the levels, so... One thing that could happen is tap the on-off switch. Well, what's the sequence I'm looking for? Is I want to tap the on-off switch, but I need to make it back out. Making it back out with the state set to off almost certainly requires something like a trampoline plus POW combination, such that a trampoline would bounce a POW up. POW would give us a little bit of a lift up here. But then I need an additional trampoline in order to get over to the left side. And in order to do that, I need to have a POW available as the only POW in the room. I need... well, let's think about this. I need to drop this guy. Hang on. And hey, Merlin. Happy weekend to you as well. Yeah, because this is, as far as I progressed so far, taking that trampoline over to this side. Now, what does that let me do? It lets me access the trampoline on the other side. And ideally, I want to eventually carry that back with me. But... yeah, I come over here. I pretty much have to expend that trampoline to get back up here, as though I was entering this room for the first time. So this does allow me to carry the POW in this room over to the high water level room, but I know how to do that already. So that doesn't really give me anything important to work with. The other thing that could happen is that with the water level down, I believe that, at least in the other room, something like POW and a trampoline on top of it would still be sufficient to get me back out. Here, though, I have to repeat this room. Okay. So yeah, going to swim with this, we'll have to pretty much start over, but interestingly enough, yeah, so far we know how 2 POWs gives me access to this trampoline. 2 POWs should in fact give me access to either trampoline. But 2 POWs need to be up here. I don't know if we can do that in the low level room. In the high level room, we can do that quite easily. Get 2 POWs up here by spawning one in and carrying one through the door. 2 POWs up here allows me to get 1 POW to the right side. That's sorted out pretty easily. Can I stack 2 POWs in this room? I can if I have access to the trampoline on the right. Now, the way I would do that... I think I might see how to do it, actually. So let's drop this guy. We're going to run out of time again on this attempt, but should be able to do it. Yeah, drop that. Grab this. Come back here. And yeah, Merlin, go ahead and add your maker ID. That's what you've been doing pretty much every time, actually, since I'm well ahead on the world that you've been busily putting together. Okay, I won't really have time to do much more than what we've shown off already. Whoops. Oh, that's a mistake. That's okay. That's a surprisingly recoverable mistake. And let's get into here. Yeah, I want to go POW and trampoline. Why do I keep doing that? Hang on. Oh, because of the slope, yeah. Trying to soft drop it against a slope, and it's just blowing up through collision. And yeah, let's just get this guy out of here. And yeah, Rectendo, you should be next. Depends, of course, on how long we take to solve the puzzle. But we'll likely time out on this attempt and put in another one quickly. Okay, so yeah, this is pretty much the same position we found ourselves in earlier. So I don't have time to actually walk through the interaction, but I think I have a rough idea of what I want to do with this piece here. Ideally, I want to find a way to trade trampolines, but... And I think I actually do have a way of doing that, but we'll have to see. Anyway, same idea as before. Expend this. Yeah, at some point I should be thinking about the shape of the solution as something that involves an off state that requires me to climb back over to the right side to grab something. Because that's clearly what's implied by this. We need an off state in order to get over to the other side to begin with. It means that I'm allowed to go left to right in an off state with no trampoline already here. That's an important piece of information because that tells me that as long as I have a way of carrying a trampoline over from the right to the left, I'm in good shape. And I think I do need the high water level room to do that. I think the exit room will ultimately have to be this guy. Now, what does that mean? It means that if I find some way to obtain that trampoline in this room and swap it somehow. No, don't need to swap it, but if you have two trampolines that are on the right side, maybe two trampolines that are POW. Actually, one thing I've not been taking advantage of is item throwing with the trampoline, except I don't have an up throw in this style, of course, so it's not going to be any kind of up throw solution. Hey, Ruby Knights. And yeah, Merlin, hope the tests at school have been going well for you. Okay, so I got a POW here. We know how to get that guy on the right. Yeah, let me go back to how far I've progressed so far, because I feel like I'm on the right track in terms of the item order I have right now. Yeah, the item order so far is fine. Gives me access to that guy. Hang on. Now, the thing that I'm looking to do eventually, and maybe I need a better understanding of the water mechanics to do it, is I want to, on the other side at least... Oh no, we bumped it. Okay. It's okay, we've got another one. I was thinking that POW plus trampoline would actually be enough to take me up, at least in the dry room, in the low water level room. That when I have a trampoline by itself, it stops just one block short. And so if I have POW plus trampoline on the right side, then I'm in good shape. But one of the issues is that I can only interact with the on-off switch from the right side of the level. Merlin, how is my day going? It's going fine, actually, and Ruby Knights, thank you for Hidden Block Haunting. But yeah, played a bit of Mario 35 yesterday, which has been an absolute blast. Which is why we moved the Thursday viewer level stream to today, which may or may not be a long-term change, we'll see. Making a couple of adjustments to my usual streaming schedule as we get into October. Anyway, this is as far as we've gotten. I know how to get two POWs over to the right side. That's not useful. I really do need to think about how to obtain the trampoline on the right over here. One way to do it, perhaps... Oh, when it's in the water like that, I wonder if I can... Yeah, I can interact with it just fine. Yeah. Not quite high enough to make it there, but... Yeah, if I grab this, put it here. The idea is that I want to trade places. And put this down. Whoops. Drop this guy here. Take this up. And yeah, been having a lot of fun with Mario 35. There's a lot of interesting stuff to talk about with it when it comes to game design, but yeah, here as you can see, not quite enough height. So, is there a way for me to swap them? Maybe I need to think about obtaining this trampoline here without using this spring, but a little bit difficult for me to see how that's going to go. Yeah, because ideally I would have something to stand on here. And one way to do it, of course, is with the activation of the on-off switch. But if I activate on-off, I need a way to get across to the right. Like, I need to take a POW with me, probably. One interaction that I have not made use of yet is the possibility of coming through here, like entering this pipe with a POW in hand, popping back out, holding a POW in this side with a trampoline spawn. POW plus trampoline gets me back across with the off state. So that might be something to consider here, is that when I have two POWs, I should, instead of taking this right away... Oh, it'll have to be from the other room, though. Yeah, if I can get two POWs in this room, that would be a big help. But I can only get two POWs in this room without dropping one on the left side if I have a trampoline on the left side. And it has to be this one. It has to be this trampoline because the object I would be carrying into this room with me would be the other POW. So if I can figure out how to get this trampoline over to the left, that's the current sticking point that I'm working with. So let's just give this another go. Okay, so a POW, as before. Got this. Water level allows me to grab this POW. That allows me to do the POW trade. And it also allows me to get the trampoline, but getting that so far isn't helping. I need to figure out how to get this one. And the only way I can get this one is if I figure out a way... Oh, also, one thing I had not considered, actually. Entering these pipes in the high-level room. Okay, that just gives you a reset. It's the equivalent. I mean, they're aesthetically disguised as being the same room. But that's something I hadn't thought about yet, was the ability to use these pipes to get in and out. If I need some kind of item reset or respawn on either side. That might be something useful, but... Yeah, Loop and Snoop, Twitch has been very opaque lately about their advertising changes, I think. That, you know, they had that trial thing that everybody, particularly small streamers, just vigorously resisted back in September when they just ran mid-rolls all the time without asking you. And you're quite right that even though I'm pretty aggressive about ad blocking usually, that the advertising situation has gotten noticeably worse. So, how do I carry POW with me? Ah, okay, no. On-off switch over on that side. What if I'm entering a room with the state already set to off? Like, if I'm entering this room with the state already set to off, can I actually leave with this trampoline? Probably not. In this one, though, I can, and I'll show you what I mean if I'm able to show that off. Yeah, if I'm able to carry a POW over to the right side in this room, that would be a breakthrough. So far, I know that 2 POWs, as I said before, I figured this out fairly early on, give me access to this guy. But can I somehow get the second POW through the pipe? Wouldn't really do anything for me except do a big reset. So let's do the POW swap again, because that seemed like progress. It seemed like it had to be part of the solution to do the POW trade. Yeah, Merlin, I think that as far as the item logic puzzles go, like this one's going a little slower than usual for me because I'm maybe a bit out of practice. Or just maybe a bit mentally foggy, I don't know, but usually I'm able to do them without too much trouble. It's just, there's usually just one sticking point where I can see the shape of the solution, but not how to reach one specific interaction that I know is going to be a key piece. So for example, yeah, we know that this is going to give me access to the trampoline, but taking it through the door may not be the right idea. Instead, what I should be thinking about, we're currently holding the POW that comes from the low-level room. If I respawn here through the pipe, I'm in the same situation I'm in currently, where this POW comes out the left pipe, and I have access to this guy, but not the equivalent. Because, yeah, what I'm aiming to do is I want to do the equivalent of this in the dry room. I want this kind of stack in the other room. And it may be something to the item physics that I don't totally understand. So for example, if I have a POW stack on top of a trampoline, that's something I haven't tried, I'm able to get out myself. That doesn't ultimately really help me though. Because I'm able to take the POW, take it back over, and then what does that do? Because, like, this room is not the issue, it's the low-level room that I need to work with. And Electro Dude, yeah, if you have something, just toss it in the queue. Merlin, you know what? That was staring me in the face the whole time. I was thinking the whole time that I needed a trampoline to get out of that spot. Oh, no, except I needed to hold the... You know what? No, we've got this, we've got this. Okay, here's the key piece that I was not thinking about. The fact that I only need a POW to get through the top left. I don't know how I had completely missed that. But now that we have that, I think this is not actually too bad. Okay, that solves a major problem, actually. I was thinking the whole time that I would eventually need 2 trampolines so I can get one to this location and jump out the left side. The fact that a POW will suffice there completely changes my approach, and I should have read that correctly to begin with, given that this is the same height as getting over on the right side here. Let's just start over since we are low on time. Are there any course parts that automatically activate donut blocks outside of thwomps? Loop, I should think about that. In the standard styles... Yeah, I don't know if anything comes to mind right off the top of my head. But anyway, so let's go through the sequence that we have again, because now I have a bit of a breakthrough in that if I know how to get right to left with a... But I still need to ultimately solve the problem of carrying a spring with me. But that's okay, because it means that in the dry room, I don't need to carry that trampoline on the right side with me. I just need to use it to get back over onto the left side. Which means what? It means that in this room, I need to figure out how to carry any single object over to the right side. There's a very clear way to do that, which is to use the interaction that we had previously. Toggle this to off. We know how to get back over here with the state set to off. Once the state is set to off, we come through this room. This is set to off. We take an item with us over to the right side. It can be whatever item we took through the door here, which could be the POW that comes out of the water in the second room. And then we are all set. Okay, I think I've mapped it out. So... Hey, Progan, welcome. And thank you, Electrodude. Okay, so let's do the POW trade one more time. POW trade gives me trampoline. We are now holding the POW from the dry room. And we ultimately want... Yeah, as long as we have some object available here, we're fine. Doesn't matter which one, I think, as long as I... Oh, I'm going to have to think about whether in this interaction I want to take the dry POW or the wet POW with me. Right now we're holding the dry POW. Because that will affect what I take with me back to the other room. And I should take the wet POW back to the other room because that will give me access to 2 POWs. Okay, drop the dry POW. It's no longer exactly the dry POW because we've dunked it in the water. But you know what I mean. Yeah, dry POW, wet spring. Wet spring... You know what? We didn't need to do this. We needed to do the interaction I had previously, which was this. Okay, take this through. Now, we have a slight problem here, which is... I now know how to... Oh, okay, no. We can get this over to the right side. We can... And I'm holding the dry POW, actually. I'm not holding the wet POW. So I got a bit mixed up there. But I now know how to get this guy. This was kind of staring at me in the face, and I don't know why I didn't see it before. But the breakthrough here was using the off state in order to maneuver a POW over here. Now, here's the problem. No, there's no problem. We're fine, we're fine. Now we do this. And now we have access to 2 trampolines. I said now we have access to... Okay, let's... hang on. Move this guy out of the way. Gotta trade positions here somehow without bumping my head against a slope. Yeah, let me see here. Maybe I need to do this with a high water level. But... No, there we go. It's just jump momentum. I knew I could do that. No! Okay, that was a mess. But that's fine, because we can spawn through here. Respawn to dry POW. And yeah, thank you, Electrodude. Crazy Cactus Chase. Certainly hope I can get that tested in time for your contest. And yeah, Merlin, as long as... I mean, usually what I'll do, Merlin, is if I'm stuck and the creator is here, usually instead of asking for hints, I'll try to ask a specific question so I don't spoil myself. Usually just to check that I'm not trying something that's totally pointless. Anyway, we are low on time, but we did make progress in that I finally know how to get 2 trampolines. This is really important because I now know how to do this. Oops. I eventually want a POW and a trampoline on this side. I need a POW as a platform, and I need a trampoline to carry with me. The purpose, then, of the other trampoline on that side is to get me right to left with... let's see here. The purpose is to get me right to left with the switch set to off. So which trampoline do I need to work with? I dropped a POW here. If I set the state to off, I can get back onto the left side, but if I get back onto the left side, I would need to respawn this POW. That's fine. The respawn is, in fact, the solution. Yeah, I've got it. I don't think I have time to execute it, but I have it mapped out now. I get it. Except, of course, that on the wet side, I can't do the same interaction. Hang on, no, that's fine. Doesn't matter. Does not matter. No, it matters. Okay, no, I need to figure out, like, if I'm in an off state, how do I get out of this side? And it should be... No, I know that. I know how to do that. It's like this. Okay, no, I am out of time, but I have the solution. I absolutely have it. So let's just try to walk through it quickly. We've got it. Ding dong. Yeah, the final piece of the puzzle is to respawn a POW by going through one of these pipes. And that's how I can basically teleport a POW from right to left, is just by using the respawn. So I do have that. Okay, let's do the swap. Now, the swap, if I'm thinking about this in a correct sequence, allows me to... Wait a minute, which POW am I holding here? Yeah, I'm holding dry POW. Let's grab a wet POW. I think the POW order here, as I discovered in the previous run, does not actually matter that much. Because all I want to do is get to the off state. Okay, let's not destroy it. That would be bad. Drop this guy. And back we go. So, we now have the off state. Having the off state allows me to obtain this POW. Or this spring, rather. And, yeah, that's just going to be drop. Dash a bit. Get back up. And come over here. So, now, what we do is I grab this POW. Come over here. Tap this. And the same kind of exit sequence as before. Yeah, this should not have taken me this long. It was just a central element that I wasn't thinking about, which was that POW plus trampoline is enough to get me through the left side. Also just the use of the resets like this. So we're going to teleport that POW by respawning it through the pipe. And that is the solution. Let's drop this in an accessible location. Okay. Whoops. And we're done. Bum 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 bum. Bum. Okay, thank you for your patience, those of you waiting for me to wrap that one up, and thank you for the GGs. That was a pretty satisfying puzzle. Pretty satisfying water level about water levels. And yeah, Rictendo, you are indeed next. Thank you for waiting. Did I actually mark that as a win? I didn't mark that as a win. Hang on, let me do a bit of Warp World manipulation while I also punch in Rictendo's code. And yeah, let me just take Burkowski's code back out so everything is lined up properly. And under Yogurt O's or Mang, welcome. We are still very much open. Let's see what Rictendo has to show us. And okay, now the queue is looking right. Going nuts, don't lose your nuts, don't touch the ground after leaving it. We have 3 clears for 0.2%, so, I mean, no expectation that we'll clear it in one sitting, but we'll give it a try and see how that goes. Try not to let this level drive me nuts. I'll try my best. But yeah, often with these leave the ground conditions, they can be a bit of an ordeal. Oh, I see. No, I just need to let it lower me gently. That's okay. Well, let's scout ahead just to see what I'm dealing with on this attempt. I see. I need to glide right away as soon as I exit. Ooh, okay. So it is going to be kind of precision-based. And I need to not really... Ah, I do need to cling onto the wall. Okay. Why would I want to cling onto the wall, though? Right, because I need to basically come all the way down here. And I need to cling in this precise position. Once I'm in this precise position, I jump, I glide, go down, I soar. Yeah, it looks like the wall clings are generally not to my advantage, though. I don't want to wall jump, I want to probably slide gently. Get me up here. And... okay, I see. Need to watch my headroom down here, and then soar. And same idea, it's going to be down here, except this one doesn't look like I need to be quite as precise in terms of hitting my head as in the earlier location. Twirl, twirl. I guess if you have markers for the twirls, then generally the other locations aren't going to require it, so. And yeah, Meg, thank you for the congratulations. It was, of course, a bit of a long-term effort, but well worth it, and I hope you got to catch up on some of the footage. Okay, I see. No. I can just float down, actually. I don't really need to do the wall cling. I just need to go down to the lowest possible position. Yeah, I don't know why the bot is acting up. Whoops. Let me just take a look. Yeah, just, if you don't see Warp World respond, just try again. And... okay. It's going to lift me gently. No, that's too quick a drop. I really do need to be holding the glide coming out of the pipe, but I need to pull back on that a little bit so I don't hit the first spike. And yeah, okay, got it. Maybe I do need the wall cling, because then I can do a jump, right? Because I don't want to do a glide here, I need to do a jump, and I need to save the glide for lower down, if I'm remembering this correctly. Yes, I do. So, yeah, I do need a wall jump there, and that is what the arrows are trying to tell me. What's my impression of SMB35 Program? I absolutely love it. I played it briefly on stream yesterday, but I had a bit of an urgent matter and had to go. But I've got about a dozen wins on it so far. And I've unlocked the levels up to 3-2, I think. And it's been really interesting because the metagame is something that rewards you for a bit of strategy that is kind of outside the norm for what we consider good Mario play, right? Like, you don't necessarily need to be a speedrunner or a very high-precision player to do it. No, I need to wall jump here. In that, if you understand the metagame, you can just be a standard cautious Mario player who just knows how to do traditional Mario, and you still have a very legitimate shot at winning, as long as you kind of have a good sense of when to bank time, when to bank coins, etc., and how to use the attacking strategy appropriately against your opponents who are remaining on the board. And so I found it actually kind of rewarding in an odd way, as somebody who came in with RTS experience, in that I would be thinking of time and coins in SMB 35 like they were RTS macro. I'm going to practice this with a squirrel. So if I'm thinking about them like RTS style macro, then I found that I'm able to, as long as I, you know, don't die to falling in a pit or something, I'm able to make a very good run through SMB 35 just by having a better resource bank than my opponent. So for those of you who play StarCraft, like, you would recognize that as late game Zerg, where you just bank up a better economy and you just constantly respawn, right? Like, you constantly respawn more units until you just run the other guy out of money. And the fact that I could approach SMB 35 and win by thinking about it that way was something I think that was intensely rewarding. Arrows facing left are what you have to stick to the wall and then wall jump, yeah. Yeah, I think it was fairly clear that that was supposed to be a wall jump. I didn't know why you had arrows all the way down, because I think that doing a wall cling all the way from up here seemed a little bit weird. I see. Yeah, because when you let go of the wall cling, there is a bit of a cooldown time before you can get the next wall cling. So I think that was what was partly throwing me off. Let's just practice this regardless. I'm unlikely to beat this on this stream, but we'll see. But yeah, Progan, I think SMB1 physics are definitely an adjustment. It's not quite faithful to SMB1 because of the enemy bounces. But, and some other things. Like, there are a lot of interactions that are more like Maker-style interactions. Looks like... Yeah, I probably want a standard jump, but I have to go very, very low on it. Can't really just do a spin, even though a spin takes me lower. I don't think so, anyway. I'll have to practice that a bit. But yeah, there are a couple of interactions in Mario 35 that I found quite surprising in that, whoops. Yeah, I wanted to get the wall cling down here, and I was just missing. So you have enemies interact with the trampolines in World 3, for instance, like the really big SMB1 springs. And you have the ability to stomp on bloopers and Cheep Cheeps when they spawn in the ground style, which is not something that's the case originally, because Cheep Cheeps actually just damage you. Okay, so Spin Jump does take me over, but Spin Jump doesn't really let me glide, does it? Unless I'm misunderstanding it. I think I do need just a very low standard jump. But yeah, it's kind of interesting that SMB 35 seems to have its own original modified engine, in spite of the fact that it's using SMB1 rather than, you know, the Mario Maker quasi new soup as its basis for the physics system. Yeah, Rictendo, I mean, it's clearly not impossible because you managed to clear check this over God knows how long. But yeah, I'm actually having tons of fun with SMB 35. Yeah, that's just a bad spot. Sometimes you get in a spot like that where there's just no escape. Where it's just not going to happen. Yeah, I think that sort of asynchronous multiplayer of something like Mario Maker or Tetris 99, where, you know, the netcode does not lag you on the client side, is significantly more playable than what I've seen of the versus mode here in Maker 2. And the versus mode in Maker 2, I've never really found that playable. And it may just be internet on my end, it may just be my opponent's, but I've just never found it to be as interesting an experience as some other streamers do. Okay, no. The jump arc here is a bit weird. Let's try to find a spot. There's a very specific sweet spot. And yeah, if we can't get this location, I mean, that's going to happen more than once, right? Like, if we can't get that down reliably, this is definitely not going to happen. Because if we scout ahead for it a bit, like, you'll see that there's another wall jump set up, not here, but a little further down. I'll try to show you where that is. Right here. However, this one has a bit more headroom, so it's much less threatening. So maybe if we just pass the first one, we're actually okay for a while. The Twister, of course, resets my ability to ascend with a squirrel suit. But yeah, Progan, I've always found it interesting that some of the streamers on here are really into spending all their time on trying to get S rank in Versus and trying to, in some cases, you know, run up high scores in Endless Expert and so on. And like, if they want to subject themselves to that experience and are having fun, well, that's their choice. But I already dump so much time into Mario Maker that with the endless amount of content that is available, I do find that I want to use my time at least somewhat efficiently from time to time, and, you know, if I'm doing that, the current state of Versus mode is perhaps not what I'm looking for, but to each their own. But yeah, like I was saying about Mario 35, like the thing that makes it interesting for me is that it's not just about platforming. It is much more about tactics and resource management. And that you are allowed to play cautiously, and sometimes it is in fact right play to play cautiously. And so the skill set and the metagame are pretty much completely different from any other kind of Mario multiplayer we've seen before. Hey, I made it. And I didn't make it. Okay. But we made progress. Yeah, Gorkeski, I don't know you tried your hand at co-op puzzles very much. I think there's definitely a bit of an untapped market for good co-op puzzles simply because there isn't much of a player base for it and also no specific queuing system for it. Like, it's one of those things where you would really have to have a curated list of levels and makers and, you know, like a dedicated co-op session or setup. Because I don't know if you've ever played Portal 2 co-op. Portal 2 co-op is actually a fantastic campaign. One of the best co-op campaigns, I think, that is not Super Mario 3D World. But in terms of actually, like, really requiring cooperative mechanics and thinking. And a lot of the kind of, you know, two-state item logic in terms of swapping back between spawning locations and worlds and subworlds and such, that is pretty common to the kind of puzzles that you design, are fairly extensible to something that is in co-op. It's just a matter of, like, finding anybody to play it, really. That's the biggest issue, but there are definitely people out there who ask sometimes about, like, having a supply of co-op friendly levels, and I've never known what to recommend them because I've played just a tiny handful of them in the course of this entire game. But so yeah, Rectandle will give this a few more tries. Obviously, I needed a wall jump there. Obviously, the wall jump is something that I have done successfully once. And everything up to that point, everything after that point, rather, seems a little more manageable in terms of precision. Like, this spot is rough, but yeah, no, just not getting the wall cling in the right spot. You need a very specific location. Very, very specific location. And I don't think I can really do that reliably. Yeah, Portal 2 Co-op has, I think, one of my favorite puzzle solutions in a game, and the one where you high-five each other in the middle, which is one of the climaxes of its puzzle design in terms of thinking a little bit out of the box. Like, it's a very memorable solution. I mean, I played that so long ago, Portal 2 coming out in 2011, I think, and it's still one of the puzzle solutions in games that I think about from time to time. And, okay, let's see. Nope. Yeah, Rectendo, since we're not really reliably making much progress on this, I'm not going to stay on it too much longer, but, I mean, clearly we have passed the wall jump location before us, so if I can get at least one good solid attempt on it and progress a bit further, that would be a fairly satisfying accomplishment. Yeah, just never quite landing correctly. I know the arrows are suggesting that I should be making a series of wall clings and kind of dropping down gently, but the cooldown time between successive wall clings means that I don't think there's any particular advantage of doing it that way rather than just trying to drop into a low location. Stick early and slide into position. You know what? Right, because you do... do you actually lose your grip, though, with the squirrel suit? You do, don't you? Yes, yes, okay, that's much better. That's much better. I was completely misreading that, then. And the thing is, I think Rectendo was actually giving me that hint earlier as well in terms of saying that I needed patience. I'd totally forgotten about what the slide timing was. That's the issue here. Yeah. Go. Except I am not getting the float after that jump for some reason. Yeah, because if I have the slide, can I still get into the glide, or am I just too low for that? Maybe I'm falling on the ground before the glide is activating. Like, there's a bit of a fall before the glide starts up. So it could be that I'm going a little too low now, in fact. Oh, there we go. Just needed to change directions faster. Need to go really low here. Like, really need to head to the bottom of this arc. Okay, we made a bit of progress, though. And yeah, Merlin, I guess you were kind of trying to signal that. Yeah, I really wasn't thinking about the slide. That's true. Down we go. Yeah, now the signaling here makes a lot more sense. That's actually too low. Okay, we made a breakthrough. We can stay on this a little longer to see how we do. Yeah. And actually now that seems much more in line with the level of precision that is required in the rest of this layout. And that, whoops, just need to not bump my head. Yeah, because the other segments didn't feel nearly that bad, but that's because I was just taking the wrong approach entirely. So, whoops. Yeah, I'll try to put in at least one really good, solid attempt, and then we'll see. I don't expect to clear it, but a bit of practice on this certainly helps. Okay. Nope. Too far to the right, actually. I need to be on this column I was trying to dip down into this column to, you know, give myself a bit more horizontal spacing, but the approach clearly is to go centrally into the Z marker. So let's try to at least get past that. We'll put in at least one good attempt past that, and then we'll continue and see what awaits us after that. So, give this a slide. Yeah, just need to change directions quickly enough to get the glide activated. I need a very specific square, like I need to be pretty much right here in order to both get under the ceiling and stay low enough that I'm not hitting the spikes up top, so... Yeah, I have to admit that, I mean, you know, precision in this style is really not my kind of genre, but this is actually more approachable than a lot of the stuff I see in that category, so... Oh, I needed to cling, slide, and then I needed to land here a little lower. Okay, we made it decently far, actually. Let me just try to scout ahead then. Yeah, we've seen all this previously. I saw it up to the skewer, I think. But I had the right idea, was that I needed to cling on the ledge, slide down, glide down, get on a twister, have the twister reset my ability to boost. So let me see if I can replicate that with one more attempt, and that's probably as far as I'll take this. Because we did make a couple of breakthroughs along the way. Okay. Okay, here we go. Oh, no, no, no. Did not want to jump. That was too early. I did want to slide off. And, yeah, I hit the jump button a little too early because I was preparing for a glide. But that was just kind of a case of poor instincts there. But I do have the right approach. And I think I'm reading the signaling correctly at last. Okay, slide. And yeah, not quite making it here, because what's happening here is that I'm trying to avoid hitting the jump button so I don't do the wall jump, like that. But when I slide off, I mean, obviously I'm pressing all the way to the right, but I also need to hit the jump button at a very precise timing so I can float high enough to land in this location. Right now, I'm either too early on a jump button, which gives me a wall jump, or I'm too late. If I'm too late, I slide down too low, and I'm not able to get into Twister for the next round, so... That's the obstacle so far, but thank you for that, Nintendo. I mean, this is a bit of a loss on my part. Not usually my style of level, but I think, you know, accounting for that factor, I can see the thought that was put into the design and signaling, so thank you for that. And Electrodude is going to cash in his gigantic cache of points. And Electrodude is going to be next. So, very convenient for you to have saved up for this moment. And for at least 4 other moments. Yeah, if you didn't want me to, you know, just read all 168 or so Shakespeare sonnets at once. Usually you don't do this, but bedtime is approaching. That's okay. We'll make sure we have you in. Let me make sure I can punch in the code. Looks like I went nuts. Yeah. And we'll see if this is another gigantic shell jump extravaganza that's going to take me hours, but you said it was a contest level for tonight, though, so we'll see how it goes. Okay, crazy cactus chase. These pokies really want your hat. You better start running. We have one clear on it currently, on very few plays. And it'll be back in its 3D world for the first time in a while, actually. Might be able to get some last-minute fixes in, yeah, so... Let's see if I can break everything. No, I mean, everything you send is usually pretty polished. I don't think I've very often found anything explicitly blocking me. That's obviously a long jump. Just need a dash and long jump out of there right away. Okay. Just a little early jumping off that thwomp. Have to get accustomed to these safe 3D world thwomps again after not having tread on them for some time. Yeah, I'm sort of just instinctively jumping early because I'm hitting the thwomp and just need to mentally readjust to treating it like a platform. That's a long jump, obviously. I could have told that from the coin arc. So yeah, I would assume that this was another... you said it was a contest level, and I would assume that there are just some constraints on what is usable in terms of... You said something about items that were newly added into Maker 2, so that would exclude things like arrows. I mean, it has coins, but... It has coins, it also has ground blocks, you know, the basic stuff, but I guess that's why you wouldn't be using something like a guidance arrow. Yeah, you would have things that count towards the block limits, but other than that, Maker 2 exclusives all across the board. That's okay, the long jumps are still very readable, I think. I'm not too worried about them. And, yeah. It's actually very blind-friendly. I, you know, occasionally flub things like that just out of habit, but I feel like everything is very readable and that mistakes are mine, so like that one. All the mechanisms and deco are Maker 2 only. Yeah, that's true if you kind of count the theme and... I mean, 3D world, all of this in some way is new. Let me just not get my jumps confused. Rather important to keep them straight in my head. Okay, jump, jump. Jump. Yeah, okay, I'm a little early on that. It's probably because of the momentum cut that I'm encountering in that location. Just jumping too early, heading towards the on-off switch. And, okay. Yeah, there's a bit of a momentum cut as I'm getting on the big thwomp, and I keep failing to adjust for that little bit of slowdown there. And so I expect that I'm taking an edge jump, but I'm nowhere near the edge of the thwomp at that point. That's sort of interesting. What am I supposed to bounce on there? Doesn't look like... Oh, I think I just missed something behind the Keepa. Yeah, Gorkowski, have a good night, or good day, I guess, in your region. And thank you again for the water puzzle earlier on. We'll hopefully be able to do more this weekend. Whoops. Yeah, because I think Gorkowski also had some bigger escape rooms that we're eventually going to try to get to, given that we finally finished a couple of other big escape rooms over the weekend. You know, the sort of levels that do require a bit of note-taking and decryption and so on. Yeah, the slowdown on the big thwomp is, I think, a bit of an interaction that will catch a lot of players by surprise unless they know specifically to expect it. I mean, I know it's there, and it's still something that is a bit tricky to compensate for, but that's okay. We'll see. Like, I wonder how noticeable the effect is. There's definitely... okay, here's a skip squeak, and there's an upward entry into a pipe, which is something that I always have trouble with. Yeah. A lot of the earlier jumps seem pretty generous in terms of spacing. Just barely landed there, okay. Yep, no, I saw the coins just fine. I have to jump pretty much instantaneously. I wasn't sure if I needed to pull back to wall jump against a pipe or something, but given the arc of the coins there, like, I was just assuming that it was a straight up jump like so many other things in the level, but when I see spacing like that, well, we'll try to make that judgment call when we get back here. Yeah, I just needed to go instantly, and that's going to be a long jump, yeah. You enjoyed the Grokowski Necropolis. Yeah, that's one that I have not played yet, I think. I may try to bring it into the backlog stream if I am running it in the usual time. But like I said, I am doing some adjustments to the schedule. And so I might be swapping a few things in terms of when I'm doing viewer levels and when I'm doing not viewer levels, depending on what is convenient for people. Okay. Yeah, that skip squeak is behaving pretty reliably now. Oh, whoops. Just a bit of a hesitation there. No, I do see that it's just a standard jump coming out of the right to left glass pipe. And the standard jump there takes advantage of a bit of a cut in momentum as well when you're coming out of the pipe, and that is at an angle that you visually wouldn't necessarily expect it to work, but which works perfectly when you execute a jump. This jump right here depends on that little bit of a momentum cut. I'm going, of course, a bit late on that long jump. It is correctly a long jump. And of course the jumps are timed in such a way to manipulate the skip squeaks. Whoops. Yeah, once again, just have to get out of the landing on that thwomp. And okay. Now let's move forward. Yeah, this jump here. Okay, I ducked, but then I need to run against a belt there. Or I haven't really read what's going on with belt. Let me just see if I can get back to that spot and then understand what's going on. Yeah, Merlin, enjoy your chips. Place all your bets on red. And okay. Yeah, like the element reuse as always, in terms of how the setups are being put together. Okay, I see. Yeah, I just needed to duck momentarily. That's checkpoint. Pretty straightforward. No, that's a long jump. And hey, Glitch, welcome. Glitch coming in with what is likely to be the finale to the Cuphead world that we've been working on for the past 2 months. No, that's a long jump. Yeah, I can always see that it's supposed to be a long jump. It's just that sometimes my reactions are lagging behind my reading of the level a little bit. Like my eyes are telling me one thing, and my habits are telling me another. Pretty clear to me where all the full jumps are supposed to be, though. That's a long jump. Yeah, it's more that the level moves fast enough that I sometimes see something and don't really react to it correctly. Because I'm already jumping reactively, so... Okay. Yeah, I like the full jumps on these ants there. Very satisfying to do that. Whoops. There's your accidental diagonal right there. I did finally order a new controller with a Super Nintendo D-pad, and so hopefully we'll have fewer of those errors once that comes in. I won't, of course, have the satisfaction of Rumble, but... Okay. What am I doing here? Is there supposed to be a... Oh, pipe. Okay. Didn't even see the pipe at first. Thought it was maybe a hidden flagpole top or something, but close enough. And thank you for the GG. Yeah, worked out well, I think. Sometimes it's just a matter of reading the long jumps as long jumps quickly enough, as you saw. Sometimes it's also a matter of adjusting to some of the momentum cuts that mechanically, in some cases, I should know about, but, you know, in the heat of playing the level, I don't always process that quickly. And yeah, there are a lot of really strange things that go on with 3D World and momentum manipulation from time to time. And you got enough info. Yeah, it's kind of interesting that I actually did clear it from checkpoint, but ended up a second behind Mathieu 09. So, did we mark that as a win? But yeah, hopefully the adjustments go well, and Electrodude, as always, once you have finalized it for the contest and such, I would be happy to look at new versions. Given that that's fairly approachable. I forgot to remove Virtendo from the queue, didn't I? Right, because I did the skip the queue with Electrodude. So let me just remove Virtendo quickly. And let me just mark that one. Now, let me also see. Yeah, should just go straight down next. Alex137, if you are still here. I think Alex is long gone, and so that will almost certainly be a skip. Unless they check in quickly. And after that, it's going to be Awesome Lamp. And yeah, Ruby Knight's certainly a good choice of reaction emotes on your part. Awesome Lamp looks like you're still here, so as far as I know, might wish to check in, but you usually do stick around, so. And you are listed. Sometimes Twitch is just totally out of sync. Oh yeah, and you just said GG like a minute ago. Let me pull you up. And yeah, this is something brand new. Mario RPG Legend of the Seven Keys. Thank you, as always, for offering me first clear. First version of a big level, so feedback would be appreciated. You'll get lots of that. Bowser is added again. Collect keys, power up, and defeat Bowser once more. As I was saying earlier, it would be kind of interesting to see if you worked in the Mario RPG Power Rangers Tribute Battle, which is One of the few late game bosses I remember from that, from playing it ages and ages and ages ago. But in lieu of that, we'll just see what other tributes to Super Mario RPG you've managed to work in. Okay, so we're going to start out with a little bit of a dining table here. Mario and Luigi's bunk beds. And 30 coins up in the attic. And you're going to leave the house and get into this early area here. Let's look around for on-off switches. Nothing yet. That would have been collectible with a Goomba throw. Or Goombud, I suppose. No, not going to do some kind of item jump with that guy. But we can come up here. Grab a key. And probably, in fact... it's not going to take us very far. Oh, it's a completely original project. Yeah, I mean, you know, when you say Legend of the Seven such and such, I just kind of assume that it's some kind of Mario RPG tribute. And, okay, 2 keys. Well, I mean, we need 7 keys, and I guess you made it clear in the title that we need 7 keys, so that works too. Let's just check this pipe over here. Okay, so that's ultimately going to be the exit. Bomb activation here for some kind of midpoint, probably. Level up. Oh, I see. So going through the key door is a level up. Boss is to the right. Can we challenge the boss early? Yes, we can. Is it a good idea? Maybe not, but... You know what? We had keys and we could have gone through the key door to level up. Probably should have considered that. Anyway. Yeah, checkpoint down below me here. Looks like, of course, that we need a combination of... Well, we need to change it in on-off state to do that. But... we'll think about that in time. So yeah, let me actually use key doors to level up. Once I've gotten past here. And hey, Mr. Laser. And yeah, thanks for queuing anyway. And it might be a bit of a wait, but you know, maybe you'll be back and available by then. And I'll certainly see if you're here, so... Thanks for dropping by in the meantime. Hope the streaming, when you're able to do it, has been going well on your side. Looks like a bit of a room that's dependent on on-off state in some way that I haven't quite parsed yet. In that you have a couple of bomb activations that would make blasters available. Ah, because there's a level up mechanic. If you level up, then it gives you a new kind of item. I see. So if you go through here, it should activate something that then it's still in the on state. Okay. Gives you the Shelmet. Right. I see what the central concept is now. That if you use the level up mechanic, then you can give yourself a sequence of items. The more keys you have, the more of these items you unlock. And then you can challenge the boss whenever you feel ready. And yeah, there's quite a lot here that's going to require a little bit more power on our side, but yep, the power-up machine, the pride of the level. I see, yep, very much the central concept, and I understand it from what I've seen, I think. That it is just a matter of, you know, challenging Bowser when you feel like you've powered up sufficiently. Okay. let's pop back here. Yeah, it looks like something with the on state should eventually bring me back. I think it's actually going to be getting up to the checkpoint, probably have access to an on-off switch down below, and then you can continue from there. Now, it would have been possible with a good play to beat Bowser right out of the box just by throwing bombs back at him, I think, but that seems like a bit of a rough way to go about it unless we, you know, start having access to some of the high-level power-ups. So let's see if we can explore just a little bit more here. That's not a side swap. Okay. Looks like we could probably fire a boom here. What? Whoa, 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 whoa. No, we can't. I should have known that, actually. I got a bit mixed up. Okay, thwomp. Yeah, this is a ground tile to the right, so we don't want to do that just yet. It is possible to beat Bowser without any keys. Yep, I saw that it is. If you want to do the Chrono Trigger thing and, you know, get into the apocalypse right from the start. Maybe something we would try out for New Game Plus. But anyway, I really only have the 2 keys right now, but having access to the mushroom allows me to go through spots like this. So we should think about getting the power-ups, not just for the sake of beating Bowser, but for also progressing through the level in some ways that have not been made available just yet. So this is how we would do it. We would grab the mushroom, we would grab the Buzzy Shell, and we have a reloadable power-up mechanism. Having arrived at the reloadable power-up mechanism, let me just take one more look at the sequence of items so we know what kind of progression we can expect. It's going to be Cape, both Shells, Fire Flower, and Yoshi. Kind of interesting that the items basically kind of compound. Spiny Hat replaces Buzzy, obviously, but breaks open a few new locations. Fire Flower would replace the Cape, but breaks open ice, and Yoshi is Yoshi. So, yeah, it looks like that would be an on-off based bomb spot. I think we just need to pop back outside, following the arrow. No. How do we get in here? This was the subworld, so let's pop back out and let's get through some of the locations that were not previously available, such as the blue pipe. Also, this allows you to manipulate thwomps now that we have the Buzzy Hat. So that's kind of important information. Anyway, that's going to light up the night and unlock this location here. The location unlock is going to give me what? Nothing really except for quick access back here, but I think the idea is that that's going to be an access way that allows me, of course, to just go back and forth, traverse the level quickly as a bit of a warp point, especially once I change the on-off state and am able to unlock the checkpoint. So this is the gate that we have unlocked here. Nothing through this pipe, but we can bump. Interesting pipe there. Okay, that's just a power-up respawn. Don't know what the mole is for, but might be something important. Yeah, it really feels like... Ah, okay. Now we bump this guy. Now we bump this guy. And now we grab a key. Great. Back up here. Well, next thing we're going to unlock is the cape. The cape will allow me to use the power of flight to get up to the left side using this huge runway over here. So The timer is not my friend? Yeah, that's fine. You know I'm fine with long levels. If I don't finish it in this setting, we will... In this sitting, rather, we will definitely do it in the weekend long level stream. What was I doing? Yes, applying the next key. Yeah, I mean, as I often say, I kind of wish that viewer levels were a format that did not do so much to disincentivize levels that are built on this scale, because I really do enjoy Mario Maker creations that are very complete adventures. Okay, so that's going to be the next key here. The bomb placement, to me, really indicates Yoshi, or at least Fire Yoshi. Yoshi comes after Fire Flower, and so... You know... although it's Green Yoshi, so that doesn't actually make a difference. We know, however, that there will be a location for flight. We also know that I'm able to probably carry that bomb, actually. If I carried that bomb, I could take it to a different location. I'm sure that's not really an intended interaction, though, in terms of being able to get in that bomb, but yeah, that's okay. We'll just continue. Cape would, of course, also allow me to fly above Bowser and try to fight him on slightly different terms, but let's do a bit more of the progression first until we're ready. Whoops, lost a helmet. That's okay, that's okay. We'll just need flight. Get up on top of the roof over there, so let's just find a good... Whoops. Gonna respawn on me. Find a decent takeoff point. And, oh, okay. Looks like got some spike tops over here. Let's check the pipe first. And that's nothing. Okay. Right, because this is just your house. And yeah, Glitch, I think I did understand that about the bomb, but thanks for that. This looks like a Yoshi location for sure. But we can also just bop him and see how that goes. Oh, okay. This looks like it requires Bone Shell. So without Bone Shell, we can't really do anything to progress here. Yeah, it looks like this whole location is supposed to guard against everything but the Bone Shell. However, the cape would have allowed me to whip through the yellow blocks, and that's something I hadn't considered. That the cape actually gives me plenty of access to other things in this level. Now, how do I get out of this location? Am I just dead? I think I may just be dead. Unless I spin jump off this guy. And yeah, I will obviously run out of time here. I'm just exploring a little bit more. Nine seconds, not really much time to do anything, but okay, that is a key over there. That's important information. That's going to be something that is accessible with the cape because I can just whip everything, so. Is it a soft lock? I don't think it's a... yeah, it kind of is because you can't get back over. That's okay, that's what a test is for. And like I said, if I don't finish on this run, that will just give you a chance to do any kind of re-uploads you want. Okay, so key 1. Key 2. And we'll progress the same way as before to grab the cape. Grabbing the cape allows me to... yeah. Get through the yellow columns as well as get through the pokies, I think. So yeah, That's correct so far. Yeah, very ambitious layout for sure. Very, very ambitious. Okay. Now let's do the whole sequence here again to grab the key off the mole. Yeah, one slight difference here between this and the other key setups we've seen so far, of course, is that because the key is bound to the mole, it's not something really visible, but I think it's also clear from this setup that, you know, it's not going to be a mole ride or anything, so... There we go. Okay, back up. And back in. Yeah. Have to remember the key door sequence, but I can see that the initial doors at least are kind of bound to certain locations. Like, well, the mushroom kind of comes out from the right, but yeah, the fact that the Buzzy shell comes out on the right side does kind of remind me that this is where I'm supposed to go. But yeah, let's just try to progress, see more keys. And if we're running low on time, we'll try to take a stab at Bowser. So, interestingly, it looks like... Yeah, I can get over this, obviously, but... It looks like the location later, of course, that requires the bone shell is one that I'll need to get up to. Probably with the on-off states set to off, but we'll see. Yeah, because that's clearly not where to go just yet. I can come down here, that's just a 1-up, okay. I think for a level like this, 1-ups are probably not going to be that useful to me, but let's get in here. And pop out this way. Looks like we can expect a lot of the pipes to behave similarly. Yeah, there were definitely some columns of the yellow bricks that I could have used earlier and didn't really manipulate. Okay. Let's grab this guy. And we'll eventually want to, whoops, replace the Buzzy helmet with the spiny hat anyway, but I think Bone Shell comes first, if I recall. Yeah, so here's the thing. Obviously I needed the cape to get back out here. That is a lock. Yeah, you definitely want to account for the fact that players, as they get to a key, may take damage all the way down to Small Mario. And so, like, I think the idea should be that if you're able to get into any key location, Small Mario should be able to get out, in case you take damage after having had a key already obtained. So let's just walk through this sequence once more. Yeah, so just need to account for changes in exit strategy. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, previously we got up to 4 keys with about half the timer expended. I think I was kind of in the high 200s there, and so... And of course, at any time we can just challenge Bowser. I do love the non-linearity of being able to do that, but that's very much my kind of playstyle when it comes to games. I always thought the Breath of the Wild structure, indeed even the Chrono Trigger New Game Plus structure of being able to challenge the ending when you want is exactly the kind of design that I wish were done more often. It's also something you see in Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair, which I always have very nice things to say about on this stream. But yeah, having that very fluid level structure of... Oops. Going too slowly there. Having that very fluid structure of being able to just take the boss when you want is definitely helpful. I haven't seen, of course, how this checkpoint is going to play into anything. Obviously, the checkpoint allows you to bust your way through the shortcut pipe. Yeah, Merlin, I absolutely love Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight is, I think, out of the many, many games that have tried to imitate Metroid, it is the one that best captures the sense of openness that Super Metroid always had. And that, like, Super Metroid, obviously, like all the other Metroid games, does have a kind of predefined lock and key logic to it, not accounting, of course, for how expert players have broken the intended sequence to pieces. But there is, of course, a kind of intended sequence, but even if you follow the intended sequence, there is this sense of open exploration where it's not feeding you the main path in a very explicit way, and that's something that Hollow Knight understands very, very well. Better than most of the Metroid imitators, in that, you know, it's not giving you this very clear separation of saying, okay, here's the main path and here's the side content. And instead, it is very much a game about following your curiosity and seeing how deep it goes and what kind of obstacles or what kind of bosses you run into. And so... Oh, whoops. It's okay, we got a quick power-up refresh. Very useful. Very useful. But yeah, always enjoyed that kind of attitude to design. But, you know, occasionally you see people complaining about Hollow Knight in terms of getting lost or not really understanding the map system or whatever, and I look at those and I just think to myself, you know, that's how you know the game is actually behaving as intended. Because, as with Breath of the Wild, it caters so beautifully to players who have this kind of like self-guided, non-linear mindset where you just want to do the thing that looks interesting at any given point in the level or in the layout. I have not done the Path of Pain, actually. I did not do 100% in Hollow Knight. I was just a little bit short of the currency that I required to get into the White Palace, and so I actually do want to go back and do 100% at some point, but I don't know when I'll find a time. I may want to just run Hollow Knight again before Silksong comes out, because of course I never did stream it, I never got it on video. So if that's something that people would be interested in, I could definitely consider running it here, but that would be probably getting into next year, though, in terms of getting it done for Silksong. Now, I can try to go for that Pokey sequence again. Oh, Bone Shell, wonderful. Bone Shell, interesting that I'm not getting the Bone Shell from the power-up location. Interesting, that seems like it's maybe out of the original intended sequence, maybe? But I guess I have the current key that would have theoretically gotten me access to the Bone Shell. So, having broken that open, I can pop in here and pop back out. Let's break this. We can use the key, of course. But I was just intending here to grab the Bone Shell. Well, now we know how to get keys 5 and 6, because I already know how to get the key from the Pokey section that had the soft lock in it. Oh, whoops. You know what, we'll just... Oh, okay, we're back here, okay. Alright, sure, let's just use the key. And just load up on the Buzzy Helmet and Bone Shell once again. Yeah. Buzzy Helmet. One thing to be aware of is that I feel like the Stomp with the cape actually has a potential to break some of the Muncher mechanisms. Although maybe we don't have enough height to do the ground stomp when you fly. But that's certainly something that occurs to me, is that, you know, when you have access to the cape, if you have enough headroom, you can use the cape as a POW, right? And yeah, Merlin, I haven't, of course, looked at any of the Godmaster content either. I really do want to get back into the endgame of that. I remember just Grey Knight Zote being the biggest sticking point for me. Oh, hey, let's get back into the correct room. Go back to the area here. It does require a little bit of memorization, I think, when it comes to the power-up sequence. Whoa, that looked unintended. In terms of being sent up into that location. If I crouched it down, it looks like I would have actually become locked in that spot. And I don't know if there's an easy fix to that. Anyway, that's going to be Bone Shell. And that's going to get me back out. Okay, we are powered up. We can continue where we left off. I could challenge Bowser, but I feel like I have time for probably at least one more power-up. And yeah, I can just kick that shell out of the way. Bone Shell gives me access to this sequence here. And thank you for the follow. Okay. Progress. And yeah, that's just an item refresh. This gives me what? Ah, access to the POW. Now I can just jump out of the shell and jump back in. Seems a bit dangerous though. Yeah, I don't like that. We need to grab this. That's the thing, is that, you know, obviously you'll need to plan around the fact that any potential sequence of power-ups is available here, depending on how the player chooses to take damage. If they indeed choose to take damage. Okay, we need to wait for some better synchronization on this POW here, but we got the key. And we'd better get back and give Bowser a shot. We know that there's the one key that's by the Pokies that's... This is key 5, right? Like, we would have gotten all the way up to key 6. Yeah, let's just power up here. I don't even know if I want to grab what would be the spiny shell. We might not have time. About a minute to deal with Bowser, though. Yeah, a little bit worried about that spot with the blue platforms there. And... yeah. Okay, I do need to take damage here, don't I, to peel off the shell. And let's just fight Bowser with the 60 seconds we have remaining and see what we can do with him. Sort of interesting, though. I'm not really sure. Yeah, I guess the checkpoint does work to preserve your progress up to the midpoint in terms of having access to that area. What does this do? Okay. Oh, I see. Power-up refreshes. Yeah. Okay. Spiny Hat gives me access to this location. That's important. As it gives me access to this guy and the Fire Flower. So I'm actually doing this... I'm able to do this slightly out of sequence, or at least Spiny Hat is enough to get me the power of fire to fight this guy. 14 seconds left, though. That's not going to be much to work with, but... yeah, if I get this spiny hat, it looks like I'm in good shape. But I very easily get trapped in this location here, yeah. Won't be quite what I want, but it's going to be timeout. So, you don't quite save your... oh, that's interesting as a key placement here. I was about to say, you don't quite save your keys, but because of the on-off state, that will activate everything up to this point. Okay, that's very clever. Because I was wondering about all the on-off triggers earlier on here, and it looks like they will automatically open everything up to key 4. Yeah, look at that. Very beautifully done. Even though, of course, you don't have the keys to progress just yet, which makes me wonder how you would spend your additional keys to move on from that point. But let's maybe get one key and try that out, and try that sequence to see if I understand it. Yeah, because you refresh it at checkpoint, but then let's see if the logic here actually works. Here's the thing, because I grabbed that bone shell from this location, I don't get a refresh on a bone shell, and so I have to fight this guy. Oh, come on. That's okay, we just dip back in here. Yeah, pretty interesting. So yeah, Awesome Lamp, like I said, if we don't manage to beat Bowser, and if we don't manage to see the entirety of the level for testing purposes, certainly what I will do is bring this back on a weekend stream. And yeah, this bone shell refreshes. But it's also not really the one I need, right? Except we have access to these platforms. This is what allows me to get across once I'm past the bone shell. Okay. Yeah, and this key... let's see how the key progression is going to work then, because I am not sure if I understand just yet how it's going to allow me to pick up where I left off in the main power-up room. Okay. Yeah, POWs, they kind of have this initial position that's slightly off camera until you have had a chance to scroll up with one jump, I think, but that's okay, we're managing. Oh, whoops. And of course, here's just a synchronization issue. I can, of course, always just jump up like that as well. And maybe grab some of the additional keys that I was not thinking about earlier. Let's bust this open. Feedback has been helpful already. Good. Good to know. The level up room, I can get the bone shell. Oh, okay. Oh, you mean it refreshed already from the on-off setup? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Hang on. Okay, that's not exactly what I want. Oh, no, it's the wrong location anyway, so... that's okay. We'll try to get as far as Yoshi. Now, I need to keep the cape. If I don't keep the cape, I can't get out of here. And that will be a soft lock that resets my checkpoint progress, which would be bad. But you know about that already. Actually, no, on-off state lets me out. Never mind. So if I respawn at checkpoint, there is no soft lock. It's when I do it from the start. Yeah. Yeah, glitch, that was well observed. Okay, so we got 2 additional keys here, but what does that get me that's useful? That gets me up to Fire Flower, but the thing about Fire Flower is that I already have access to the Fire Flower in the Bowser fight. So, yeah, it looks like the key logic here is going to expect me to come up this way and this way, right? But then does the on-off state allow me to progress further than that? Because I've spent the keys. And the on-off state... Okay, no, I need to get up here first, didn't I? Yeah, I guess I wasn't clear on what gets me to continue progressing. Yeah, because the on-off state would already bust all this stuff open, so I was supposed to come in here directly, right? Yeah, that's one thing that's not clear to me, I think, is, you know, when I respawn, where should I start spending my keys? I don't really know. Because obviously you're not expecting me to reobtain all the keys, right? Like if you want to save my progress like this. Or do I need to reobtain more keys? Because I want to get at least as far as Spiny Hat. Yeah, that's the only thing, because I would like to get the Spiny Hat because that gives me access to the Clown Car for the Bowser fight. That's going to be a pretty significant power bump. However, pretty easy to get back up here. And to get over to this area, and also ground stomp with the bone shell. Does this... Yeah, takes out the chomp stumps. I did expect that. Aha, okay, here's this guy. Whoops. Oh, come on. Let's see if I can actually sneak on through and sneak back out. Okay, good shape, good shape. We're doing well. Didn't kill them all, obviously, but... Yeah, I need to reobtain all the keys. Okay, okay, okay. So that's clear, at least. But then basically, it still saves me a fair bit of time navigationally speaking, though. Especially because having access to the bone shell right away makes getting some of those keys much faster. Yeah. From checkpoints, it's pretty easy to get back to everything. Okay, so I'm short one key, and the one key is actually from the mole. And I could do that if I wanted to grab Yoshi, but I think instead I will probably just go straight for the Bowser fight. Give myself as much time as possible to work with, since I know how the mole key is going to work already. So it's just a matter of testing, you know, if Yoshi breaks anything. This is just going to be power-up access. This is going to be Clown Car access. Lost a bone shell, but... Okay, let's get a slightly better spacing here. Fight him in the open. Yeah, I guess certainly one strategy would be to obtain the shells that are down low and bop them that way. I do have access to the Fire Flower, though, and Fire Flower plus Clown Car probably works best. Yeah. In fact, can I essentially just cheese him in this location? Maybe so. It seems like he's a little high now, though. Lower him a bit. Okay. It'd be a bit spammy if I do it this way, but I gotta let him lower a bit. No. Probably should fight him in the open. Otherwise, it'll just take a bit long. Obviously, the object here is to grab the Fire Clown Car such that I can bust out the right side of this room. See if I can lower him some more. Okay. 40 seconds. Let's duck underneath here. Oops. Drop him down a little lower. Okay, got him. 28 seconds remaining. Let's not lose Fire Clown Car. And that's it. So yeah, didn't really get to give Yoshi a drive and see how the Yoshi mechanism works. And in terms of running around the level to see what Yoshi breaks as well. But yeah, I like how it showed off that Chomp Stump location very early on, in fact. Or what was the last key I obtained. So we actually did see every key, we just didn't do them all. I think, if my memory is correct. So, yeah, great level. Very, very ambitious idea. Certainly looking forward to seeing what you do to polish it up. I mean, I think I took a bit of a spammy method at the end with the boss battle, but I think the idea is that if you have collected so many power-ups, that the fight is supposed to feel much easier. And so, in that sense, that was fine, although it did require me to go back for the Fire Flower quite a bit, just given the tightness of that location. So, thank you for all the GGs. I did mark that as a win. Let's see how the list is going. I know I took quite a long time with that, so certainly expecting a few dropouts at this point, but we'll see how things are going. And yeah, I don't have any active subs right now, I think, so we'll just go straight down the list. Lizard, I believe, is long gone, but Lizard, if you would like to check in and correct me on that, feel free to do so. Otherwise, we are continuing. Let me know how the stream performance is today, by the way. It looks like the video rendering is maybe dropping a few frames on my side, but audio should be okay. So just let me know, because, you know, we've had some performance issues here lately. So it looks like it'll be Merlin, followed by Ruby Knights, followed by Mang. And Merlin is absolutely still here, and you sent me your maker code earlier, which is fine because we have quite a backlog of yours to work through. Yeah, Merlin has been here since my stream was very, very small, as opposed to merely small. So I do remember having seen a lot of the World 1 levels way before Super Worlds were even a thing. Recently we had been working through World 5, and so we'll just head on directly to World 6 and do that in sequence. I see that World 6, not having been complete, hasn't been plugged into the latest revision of the uploaded world just yet, but that is, of course, understandably a work in progress. So yeah, 6-1, let's do it. You're in the sky to explore more old buildings. And yeah, I certainly hope I enjoy it as well. Okay, Mega Mushroom. I haven't seen you in a while. Big Mushroom, I guess, as distinct from Mega Mushroom, which is properly the terminology in New Super Mario Bros. And Mario Kart Wii. Yeah, keep thinking of it as the Mega Mushroom, though, because it's just gigantic. Yeah, playing Mario Maker has not worked wonders for my fluency in Mario terminology. Of course, like having the standard mushroom as we do now is merely Super Mario, but one gets so accustomed to calling it Big Mario, which leads to all sorts of confusion with the actual Big Mushroom, which I occasionally call the Mega Mushroom. And I'm not even as bad with this as a lot of other streamers are, in fact, that I had heard that there was boundless confusion when the Koopalings came out because certain streamers had gotten into the habit of referring to the Koopas that come out of their shells themselves as Koopalings. And, you know, it's an evolving language, I guess, but mostly I learned most of the names of Mario elements from the classic manuals. Hence the former terminology of the potaboos and jump blocks. Yeah, minding my head a bit much when it comes to trying to get under the piranha plants, but we'll just work out some of these jumps. It is a little tighter on headroom than some of the previous Merlin levels have been, but we'll see about that. Yeah, definitely seems like the approach here with the big mushroom would have been to hang on the left of the spinies. Also, of course, a bit of forward pressure from the auto-scroll. That's okay. We'll just deal with it. Yeah, kind of interesting that you had that rooftop alternative from the left. Okay. Just have to mind my short jumps here. And yeah, Glitch, it is like a city in the clouds. We should expect a lightsaber fight at the end of it. That would be very fitting. And, okay. Let's get in here. Yeah. The Cloud City in The Empire Strikes Back is, like, the more I see it and the more I have a sort of design history context for it, the more I appreciate it as a, you know, very elegant bit of futurist design, visually speaking. It's the kind of thing that, you know, really would have belonged on a 1940s magazine cover. Whoops. Just poor momentum management on my part there. And yeah, Glitch, if I get trapped in Carbonite, I guess we'll just have to wait for somebody else to come to the desert level and dig me back out. Surprisingly few analogs to Super Star Wars, by the way, in Super Mario Maker. You would expect that with the themes that we've been given and with the side-scrolling format that you would see a bit more of that, but maybe that's just not so much in fashion. And, you know, for licensing reasons, Super Star Wars seems to be one of those things that was a much bigger deal back in its own day on the Super Nintendo than long afterwards. And I think that's true of a lot of licensed games in some ways. That you see a lot of them sort of drop off in availability, for instance, and so they don't really establish long-term reputations the way that a first-party library would. Of course, I have no memory of whether... Whoops. Keep misreading that mushroom platform as a wall, but I have no memory of whether Super Star Wars was actually any good. I do know there was a re-release on one of the Xbox services many years ago. And here we go. Yeah. I know there's been a new Star Wars sort of Starfighter MOBA of sorts, like a, you know, 5-on-5 Starfighter game, Star Wars Squadrons, I think, that just came out, but I haven't actually really even thought about it, apart from having heard of it. Seems like one of those things where, you know, the decade or so of EA holding the Star Wars license has not really been very productive, and part of it, I think, is that, you know, there's always this expectation these days that Star Wars is going to be either A, big blockbuster experience, or B, Lego. And I really do miss the days of the boutique strategy games that you would get on PC, even though they were not, like, they were never the most important strategy games of their day. But I just find Star Wars to be a much more natural fit for, you know, fleet management strategy games and moving armies around than just the standard action format that they tend to go for with Battlefront and the rest. But anyway, that's a talk that was occasioned by my talking about Cloud Cities. That's how we got on the subject to begin with. Okay, let's see if we can find a way to catch up in Buzzy positioning. Okay, that's a nice sequence there, actually. Definitely felt a little bit claustrophobic in some instances in this level, just in terms of headroom, but the Buzzy sequence was really great. In terms of doing what a lot of great auto-scroll sequences do, which is allowing me to catch up if I'm behind, and having a bit of push and pull tension to the pacing. Okay, I had a bit of trouble seeing the landing location on the ground tile there, but we did make it. Yeah. Oh. Kind of interesting that even though this is on the slowest auto-scroll speed, there actually is a fair bit of forward pressure simply because the mix of vine climbing and cautious jumping means that you can't just, you know, speed forward and push against a wall all the time. So the pacing actually feels pretty interesting in that respect. Anyway, let's get up here. Yeah, I think getting off the vines is sometimes a bit of an issue, but you can just drop out safely, as I did there. And there are some locations where that worries me. Haha, look at that. There's a plant on my head. And also kind of interesting to go back to playing in the SMB1 style with Maker Physics after being completely thrown off by SMB35. Yeah, on that point, Darkflash, Fallen Order. I have heard some interesting things about Fallen Order. I do know that it is actually structured with a bit of a semi-open Metroid progression to it, in that you unlock, you know, double jumps or whatever. And that there is a bit of a lock and key structure to it, and I've been meaning to look at that at some point. Just a matter of finding the time and the platform, etc. But anyway, down here. And let's see here. Whoops. Yeah, it's more that with the Star Wars license, I think there just hasn't been much diversification to the output, and that I don't think it's something that needs to just be constrained to, you know, big blockbuster experiences. And maybe the new Squadrons game is turning around that approach a bit, but in some ways I think, you know, maybe the shine has worn off the license a bit. But here we are with the flag, and thank you for that, Merlin. Very interesting take on the slow auto-scroll, in that the camera never felt too slow, in spite of the fact that it was on the slow speed. Great sequence in the middle with the Buzzies. Occasionally some trouble coming off some of the vines. Like, I don't think necessarily that the big mushroom, as in the mega scale 2x2 big mushroom, is necessarily the best fit as a power-up here, given that it's mostly a damage buffer that is likely to be peeled off by taking damage. Because it's not like it's breaking any blocks open for you, right? It's just giving you an extra hit, but an extra... well, 2 extra hits, I guess. But one that peels off quickly. I guess maybe you did that because the only alternative for a tier 2 power-up would have been either... well, SMB2 or Fireflower. So if you wanted to get the player 2 hits but not create any problems for their object interactions, I can see why you would go for the big mushroom. It's just that it does feel a little confined in this level, but very good design overall, as usual, very pretty to look at. So, thanks for that. And Ruby Knights, thank you for sticking around all this time. Let's take a look at MS1 M5Y S1H. Hidden Block Haunting. In a mansion with a mind of its own, hidden blocks can be your friend. Well, let's see about that. And okay. So wait, what happened there? That was okay, just an initial thwomp triggered drop, I think, from the sound of it. Either a thwomp or a bomb. I was trying to pick that out from the sound effect as well as the rumble. And yeah, that's an on-off based gate. You have access to 2 separate doors here. Let's see where this goes. I see. Lower door probably just takes you to the... oh, okay, no, that's going to be P-switch activated. Looks like the... Okay, I was about to say, looks like the bone shell is interacting with something off camera in a sort of House of Oob interaction, but it turns out that the camera scrolled down anyway, so never mind that. Anyway, that's why hidden blocks are our friend. Yeah, pretty classic use of the hidden blocks, actually, given that this was pretty much how they worked all the way back in SMB3. In terms of creating new paths, particularly in World 7, if I recall. E-switch is going to hold the on-off interaction in time for me to recognize that that's what's going on, and get to the checkpoints. And yeah, Merlin, thank you for dropping by for so long, and once again for the level. We'll hopefully catch up with the rest of your World 6 list in good time. Okay, it looks like we should just work our way upward. With a bit of a swing off the claw, that would be helpful. Okay, we have a P-based drop over there. We have another P-switch-based location over here. Also a couple of spawn blocks on the on-off mechanism, indicating to me that probably... Yeah, it's probably like a Buzzy drop or something. Such that if we had come in here with the state set to off, it would reset to on. If we respawn from checkpoint, that is obviously not an issue. So let's get up here. And... yeah, it looks like there's going to be some kind of P-switch interaction, but maybe not. Okay. Right, we're just in the top level of where we were earlier. We need to, again, probably take advantage of hidden blocks being our friend. And... yeah, okay, no. We should have done that in the first place. And that's fine, because I have a chance to return. Yep, and as expected, that just resets the state to on. That was the mushroom. That doesn't give me much of anything except dropping the Buzzy to toggle on off for this drop over here. Okay, that helps. And we'll hit checkpoint. And drop. Hey, got that money. Welcome. And Burbrins as well. We are still open today. And yeah, I got that money. I actually did see I had a couple of uploads from you to catch up on still, so we'll hopefully get to more levels in time. Now, what did I do to come through here? Did I... Oh yeah, let's just go down the pipe. Occasionally I just lose track of what I've been doing. Looks like that is going to be P-switch dependent. We have 2 shells here. Don't know what that was about. Looks like I could potentially get trapped here if I wanted to take a death for no reason. It actually is possible to soft lock here, I think. Oh, except you can never straight up destroy the shell. So yeah, you can always continue bouncing the shell against yourself, so never mind that. Oh, there was the Buzzy activation on the on-off there as well. Let's let that trigger. If we let that trigger, we can come in here and... Oh, okay. So much for that P-switch. However... Okay, we want access to the P-switch, obviously, but in order to have access to the P-switch, we need it to... Oh, we can probably sneak to the right side over here. Yep, that's fine. Let's reset this room. No, there's no soft lock. Never mind that. Yeah, no, I was just taking the time to puzzle that out and process it. No, it's not going to be a race. Yeah, we really do need a P-switch timing, though, because I think we'll be hitting the P-switch, going through the door, and then going through the red pipe. And so, what do I do with this guy here? We should once again think about whether... Ah, there we go. Invisible blocks are your friend. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, looks risky to try that at first, but I thought, okay, invisible blocks are your friend. It's got to be something like that to block the switch. Great, we've got it. So we just wrap around at this point, trigger this on-off, go through the blaster gate over here, grab the P-switch, not grab the P-switch, but hit the P-switch, come through here, and through the red pipe we go. Okay. Pretty straightforward, except what does that actually give me? We'll have to find out. It gives me access to this P-switch. This P-switch allows me to do what? We dropped the blaster. Does the blaster gate spawn anything? Oh, wait, no. Where does this door go? Did I require a P-switch for this? No, I did not. And Dextrolls, thank you for the submission of Into the Cursed TV World. Okay, P-switch gives me... what? If I hit the P-switch... I don't have any meaningful exits, I don't think, because it drops the blaster. However, if it drops the blaster, I wonder if I can block it twice. Let me see the height on that blaster, just to check it. Okay, no, it's not going to block it. Probably is going to be P-switch and then get through this door. And yeah, because the P-switch is going to block the Buzzy shell in the next segment. So let's get through here and try that out. Yeah, it's going to block the Buzzy. Means that I have an opportunity to get through here. And that is going to get me to what is possibly the ending. With a very generous 51 seconds left to go. And Shield Sir, thank you for Winter of Fun Surprises. And yeah, the flow in that one, Ruby Knights, I think worked out in terms of being fairly clear about the main path. I can see why that's a level that has a high clear rate from a, you know, fairly gentle sequence with lots of opportunities to reset. Yeah, the sort of central thing to figure out was that I should be using that threatening-looking semi-solid location to block the Buzzy Shell with the invisible blocks, but I think you do enough in the level to set up the idea of having to hit hidden blocks, not only in the title, but also in some of the early obstacles, that at that point the solution feels actually pretty clear and satisfying. So, thank you for that. Yeah, Shieldster, I play all level types. I don't necessarily stay on all of them for the same amount of time. Like, I do trolls from time to time. I am not very good at Kaizo, but I'll occasionally try to progress through a few obstacles at least. And yeah, precision levels I'm not great at in terms of dodging, you know, pixel precision spots or anything, but I do at least take a look at anything, so submit whatever you like. In the meantime, we're going to pull up Mang here. Thank you for the follow. Yours is a Phanto level. Okay. Glad to see those, given that I've seen very few Phanto concepts that have stood out for me. Like, maybe one or two interesting Phanto setups, but in general, not that often. Now, I think Mang is still here. Let me just check. Yeah. And got that money. Thank you for 4-5. So here's Goodbye, Jonathan. 32-second clear on something that is labeled as a speed run with a 0.77%. Let's see how we do. Okay, it wouldn't be a Mang level without some huge bursts of momentum. On-off switches are going to do something for me here. I see. Oh, okay. No, I just need to be quick enough to beat the timing on the bomb activations from the moles. Okay, I see what's working now. That when you get in proximity of a certain location, the moles are going to activate. You have a 300-second timer, so we don't need to rush, given that this is clearable in 30. And you just need to get ahead of the mole spawns. Kind of interesting how many really interesting mole concepts I've seen since the big showcase of the mole mechanics in 4YMM, the crawl space level by Saku. It seems like I've seen more mole proximity levels take advantage of those rules and push them in new ways. Because, yeah, I was playing one by Donkey Mint a week or two ago that was also really exploiting mole mechanics like crazy. Okay. No, I don't want to hit that. I want to get on top. Yeah, so I don't need to rush myself that hard. The time pressure comes from when I get within the vicinity of an obstacle and start to see the mole coming up. And so it's not like I need to stay ahead of the clock or anything like that. I do need to be a little more precise about getting to safety. That's the only thing, given that getting under the icicle like that is going to trigger it. Oh, whoops, no. Yeah, you can see the icicles shake right away. I don't know why I have a habit of trying to hit the block. Just what Mario trains you to do, I guess. And Swallowing Flowers, thank you for the submission of Walker Remastered. Hoping to get to that in due course. Okay. Yeah, need a short bounce off of that guy. I do know that. It's just sometimes a bit of an adjustment. And thank you for the follows. Kind of interesting that you have that upper layer of bricks on the ceiling as well. I don't know if they're decorative or something that will be useful for a second part of the level in the main world where you are traversing the top half. That's something that we'll have to look out for. But in the meantime, let's just try to do it as accurately. Obviously, the icicle does activate as soon as you're in that column. You're close enough when you're at the bottom level, and that was the thing I was... Oh, key. Yeah. That's the thing I was not paying close enough attention to. There, I need to rush directly to the key and get back out using the trampoline. Very clear. And we'll just get back there and try it. Whoops. A little bit ambitious there with trying to crash that wall. And yeah, here we are. Yeah, really have to have good control over your falling. I do need to jump out of that as soon as I can when I bounce off the trampoline back to the left. And okay, there we go. Yeah, getting a better sense of where my safety margins are in some of the earlier obstacles in this level in terms of how much time I have for an emergency adjustment if I need it. For the most part, though, I do need to be fairly crisp. Nope. I was doing a bit of a momentum cut there to control my landing, and that ended up jeopardizing that last jump. Okay, here we go. Okay. Now, I was not expecting the left side to blow up like that time. I don't think I had actually gotten it close enough on previous attempts to trigger that right away. I was expecting all 6 blocks there to be available. That was just a mistake. So yeah, I need to think about the mole trigger on that row of 6 there that's underneath the spring that sends you right to left. And under the key, whoops. Remember to hit the switch from time to time. And okay. Oh, whoops. That was just a miss. And okay. On we go once again. Need to get out of there a little bit faster. Yeah, I have to say that, you know, from playing so much Mario 35 yesterday, that out of all the adjustments that you have to make to its variant of the SMB1 mechanics, that not being able to change your facing direction midair was actually one of the most difficult adjustments in terms of something that is likely to lead to mistakes. Here, of course, you see that I'm changing my facing direction constantly, not that it has mattered very much for any of the setups here, but okay, there we go. Needed to pull back a little bit on that third bounce, I think. I saw that the spacing was contracting a bit, but I wasn't quite sure how much I needed to pull back on my way into that, but that's a pretty big chunk of progress right there. Whoops. And hey, Zed Ted's Gaming. Zed Ted, thank you for the submission from the opposite end of the alphabet from your name. And yeah, hopefully we'll be able to get to that soon enough and show that off. Yeah, we're definitely in that pocket of time in my stream when the EU crowd is starting to turn over into NA, and so the queue is packing up again, but hopefully we'll be able to give everybody a look in the time that they're able to stay here. Have I got any wins in Mario 35? Yeah, I'm on, I think, 11 or 12 wins at this point. I've unlocked the levels up to, I think, 3-2 or 3-3. And yeah, got that money. I heard that, like, a Theoremon was telling me yesterday that he had actually unlocked everything up to 8-4 because he's completely hooked on the game. And I think he had like 50 wins or so at that point, and that was over the course of about 10 hours of play. I'm nowhere near that, of course. It takes a while sometimes to unlock new courses as if you are kind of ahead of the curve when it comes to being able to spawn in anything in World 3, really. It took me the longest time to just get the opportunity to even look at 3-1. Okay, that was fine. I pulled it back correctly. I just landed on the trampoline too slowly. Interesting timing there. Or rather, I approached the trampoline horizontally too quickly. Like, there's this... Well, actually, the mole activation has a pretty wide box, and we know that it has a wide box, again, from the Saku crawl space level that really showed that off. But yeah, I've found, as I was saying to some people who had been here earlier in the stream, got that money, that the really interesting thing about Mario 35 is that you can win with a slightly different skill set than what we conventionally consider good Mario play, in that you don't need to be a really precise or speedy player to win at it. And you can just have like, really good tactics and decision making in some ways, and just really good resource management. And yeah, ZedTed got that money is also in the queue. He's very prolific, in fact, in Maker 2, so he definitely has Maker 2. Nope, came in there a bit low. But yeah, you can see that when you crossed over underneath, that when I crossed over underneath in that location, that the upper muncher was already starting to get pushed by the mole underneath, and so I'm going to need to mind my jump height a bit in that sequence where I'm jumping over several consecutive bombs, because if I'm too high in a particular location, then I've got a muncher spawn deal with right away. I have to look at that setup a little more carefully the next time I make it there, so I know what I'm dealing with. Yeah, the thing that is unique about the mole spawn mechanics is that they are based on your proximity to the mole's destination, not the mole's origin point. And so, and by destination I mean the location where the mole is expecting to pop out. And so sometimes, something that can really catch you off guard when you're making a calculation as to whether you expect a mole to be coming up or not, or whether you are in range. ZedTed from a Fall Guy gang. Yeah, I hope you've been enjoying Fall Guys. I've actually not played Fall Guys. I know that it converted a lot of the bigger Mario streamers before they all flocked over to Among Us. But Seems to be one of those things that just comes and goes on Twitch in terms of where the big numbers are. Yeah. Let's see here. Of course, a lot of the Mario players are doing Mario 35, as you would expect. Pretty much everybody who streams this game is good enough to do it well. Now, oh, okay, I see. One bounce up there to trigger the icicle, second bounce down below to land on the icicle, probably just a short bounce on a spring. Took me a moment to read that, but I've got it now. I don't actually know why I managed to not activate the upper mole on the way into that after the 3-bomb sequence that time. Something about my timing just worked out better. But yeah, I think the Mario 35 metagame is going to develop in a very interesting way once people are far along enough that the later levels are more regularly into rotation. Because right now it's quite difficult to trigger them unless you are offered one of them specifically in the 1-2 warp zone. And it's a pretty substantial bump in the pace of the game when you start sending things like Hammer Brothers over to your opponents. Many of whom will not be equipped to deal with them. And okay. Also, I think that game has done quite a good job of showing off just how exquisite the level design in SMB1 has always been. That's something that strikes me every time I go back to SMB1, or every time I play some kind of variant that takes advantage of its level design, like very memorably in NES Remix, where NES Remix was very much about showing off a lot of the finer points of SMB1, and it is really a very nuanced game for something that was already mechanically such an innovator in video game design. Just the level design holds up magnificently, and you can just see that in 35. That is actually such a pleasure to run some of those over and over again endlessly. And Super Ceiling Fan, hey, welcome back. Yeah, I guess Mario is no longer in the 18 to 34 demographic that is often one of the core markets in consumer electronics. But yeah, thinking back, it is, what, 27 years now since the release of the Super Mario Bros. Feature film. I think we're unlikely to get very many official celebrations of that, but... Okay, taking off that platform a little bit early, but otherwise we understood everything in that segment pretty quickly, I think. Yeah, once I got the drop timing correct from the trampoline to the falling icicle, the subsequent segments were pretty easy to read. I do like that setup of taking advantage of that one bomb platform to get onto the falling blue platform, though. That one's particularly neat. Yeah, this has been a very cool concept, actually. You do kind of have to keep your eye on when the moles are coming out. I mean, you can't just try to play fast and get away with playing fast, but as you can see from the setup where you had to wait for the bomb to go off to give you access to the blue platform, you do have to be attentive to the central mechanic from time to time. Okay. Here we go. Okay, ooh, okay. Didn't like that timing at all from the way I was getting in there. Stalling far too much. And yeah, I'll catch up on your message about the SMB arcade cabinet in just a moment. I do remember the arcade cabinets, actually. Never played very much of the SMB arcade port, though. But there was one in the arcade that I used to frequent. Long, long ago. Okay. Yeah, I got in there too high too early, and I think that's what triggered the mole when I was in the box there. Yeah, you know, just because of the frequency with which people will take the Warp Zone over to World 4, I think generally World 3 and SMB 1 is not actually that well known. And it's the same with a lot of the Warp Whistle skips. And Glitch, thank you very much for the Prime sub. I'm glad you've enjoyed the stream all this time. Glitch, if you want to take advantage of Sub Next, you will have to rejoin the queue, I think, because Warp World does not recognize that. Like, Warp World does not update your sub's status when you do put in a new subscription. So if you want to leave and rejoin, you will be our Sub Next selection. If you want to take advantage of that privilege. Yeah, otherwise I'll still be going through the standard queue as before, since you're fairly soon anyway, I think. You might even be next after this one, I don't remember. But yeah, that would apply to anybody else who would want to so graciously do that, is if you do sub, to take advantage of the queuing privilege right away, you would want to join with a fresh submission. And yeah, Ceiling Fan, I know you're talking about World 3 in the arcade cabinet, but like I said, I don't know the arcade port very well. I know that a number of the arcade ports of Nintendo games actually are available in their arcade versions on the Switch eShop, which was always kind of interesting. Like, there is, I think, the arcade versus Super Mario Brothers. But I have to say, though, like, 35 is definitely one of the best variants of SMB1 that I've seen so far. Really hope they're not too serious about taking it down after March, because I think the matchmaking is going to remain healthy for some time. Just given how much room there is to progress through the game as a player. And how much the shape of the game is going to change as people unlock the later levels en masse. Yeah, I'm rethinking my approach to that sideways trampoline there, in that if I press right against it, I can actually get in position to get upstairs right away. And that might be a better timing, but I'm not sure it's a more reliable one to execute. I'm spending too much time hesitating and skidding there, though, so I think I just need to stick with the plan. And yeah, Super Ceiling Fan, it's kind of interesting to see just how much versatility in combat has been introduced by Link. And I guess I most commonly see that played out in things like boss battles, when people build dungeons. I need to be much faster in that sequence. Like, I haven't really been able to be attentive to exactly what I'm doing to trigger the upper mole as early as I have. Exactly what space that has been happening, and it's something I'll have to watch out for, because on one of my successful attempts I did not trigger that upper mole nearly so early, and I need to figure out a reliable way of avoiding it, I think. Yeah, as soon as you cross over onto that axis, I think I need to pull back a little harder, maybe, because it's my vertical positioning going into the third bomb that is starting up the upper mole. So we'll see. I need to go faster in general, I think. I'm just stalling too much in holding back there. That I have a very limited amount of time to get on the spring and forward. So yeah, basically as soon as I cross over to the third bomb, I need to get on the spring as fast as possible, and that's the only way to do it. At the 3-bomb segment, basically don't jump. Yeah, I'm not jumping there. But what I am doing is I am pulling back slightly for a vertical adjustment. Like, I'm not holding... horizontal adjustment, rather. I'm not really hitting the jump button at all. I'm just kind of pulling back horizontally. But maybe I am kind of unconsciously manipulating my falling arc a little bit, and I should not do that if it's triggering the mole on a level that is precise down to, you know, whether you're hitting the button even momentarily. But yeah, I'll try to keep that in mind and make absolutely sure that I'm staying off the jump. Ignore the claw and don't use jump for any of the bombs, yeah. Ignore the claw. Which claw? Because the claw... the only claw I'm thinking about right now is the one that's after the trampoline, right? Like this claw over here. Oh, I see, okay. I see, okay. No, that was actually safe. I just missed a jump at the end. And, okay. But yeah, Super Ceiling Fan is not really that surprising that people would build that many Link puzzles simply because there's so much in the puzzle toolbox that Link unlocks that you can't do with other power-ups. Like, there are very specific states that he gives you that you don't really get elsewhere, and so you just get this massive bump in the kinds of locks and keys you can put into a puzzle from the Link costume alone, so not really surprising that that would be so popular. And yeah, it's interesting that you bring that up, because we played one Link level much earlier on in the stream that was... at the time I was saying that it was much more like Zelda 1 in some ways, and that it was very combat-focused, and that to the extent there were puzzles, they were usually just, you know, a one-step interaction like dropping bombs and such, but that was very much closer to the kind of combat-driven Zelda 1 paradigm that you're describing. Where, you know, the dungeons originally in that game weren't really logic puzzles at all either. Ah, I see. I'm getting too much of a jump out of the third bomb. I'm bouncing gently over each of the bombs, and I'm going too high onto the trampoline. That's what is getting me within the box that's triggering the mole. I see what's going on now. And I see how to fix it. Yeah, because I thought I was not holding jump at all, but I was actually making a very small adjustment to plan my landing on the spring at the end there, and that was the thing that was knocking down that setup. Whoops. Whoops, too much of a momentum cut there. Shields are the claws for the spike ball, not for me. It's going to grab me anyway, though, from my arc there, unless I'd have to go a little higher to dodge it. I'm not sure. And it doesn't matter, actually, Shieldsir, because the activation of the bombs is not based on the timing of the clock or the level. It's based entirely on my position relative to the mole's exit locations. And so whether or not I use the claw doesn't affect that, because I'm not close enough to the moles for that to matter. At least that's how I'm understanding this. There's no problem if I take the claw, because it doesn't affect the activations that are actually getting me in trouble, I don't think. Yeah, because it's nowhere near the activation box for this guy, which is the one giving me trouble. And once again, too much of a bounce on the third bomb going to the spring. Whoops. Yeah, Super Ceiling Fan, it looked like this game still had plenty of potential to go. I don't know how much of their original development plan was kind of cut off by, obviously, you know, complications from the impact of COVID-19 on Nintendo's schedule, which has definitely been an impact if you look at how their release dates have shaken out. First jump probably should have done it, right? Or do I need to wait for the second bounce? First jump should have done it. Let me just check that, because I did that blindly the first time. Anyway, I fixed up that location now at last. I just need to be absolutely clear about not making any kind of adjustment in height going into the spring that sends me upwards at the end of the 3-bomb sequence. Whoops, too much of a jump there. I don't know, Shieldsir, looking at that, I think I have actually a pretty considerable amount of horizontal space from the claw down to the bomb sequence. And the thing is about the bomb sequence is that full momentum is not what I need anyway. I need to cut momentum horizontally in order to get from bomb 2 to bomb 3. So going faster there isn't actually the thing I need to do, right? Okay. Yeah, it doesn't affect anything here. That's the thing that was affected. Okay. Yeah, that was just a bad fall against a one-way panel. I was doubting the height of the second bounce for a moment, but I actually do want a full bounce and a spring. And it still gives me enough time to get on the icicle. Yeah. Whoops. That's okay, we're doing well for the most part. I now have a solution to the thing that was causing me the most trouble. I think we can probably progress as long as I clean up some of the early mistakes. So. Yeah, this one is quite a lot of fun, though. Always nice to see different kinds of timing mechanisms. Particularly timing mechanisms that can work very reliably because they aren't dependent on things like scroll position and are all about the player's progress. Whoops. Yeah, in fact, I feel like using moles as switch triggers is something that might be underexplored as a way to get around a lot of the spawn timing problems with other kinds of levels. I mean, you know, Kaizo makers know that instinctively already in terms of how often moles are used for things like shell setups. But outside of a Kaizo context, in terms of using Moles is a bit of a timing control. That's something that still has tons of untapped potential. Whoops. Yeah, it's entirely the bounce off Bomb 3 onto the spring that is getting me in trouble every time, and I'm beginning to see that reliably now. I'm not solving it reliably, but I do know for sure that that's the problem. I've had plenty of attempts to confirm it. I don't know why I'm losing a bit of speed there now when I was fine with it before, but we'll take a look at it properly. Okay. Yeah, just a bit late on the jump after hitting the trampoline there. Okay, here we go. So, man, what's the story behind why this is called Goodbye, Jonathan? Like, what's the thing going on there? Oh, nope, too early on that jump, which was the thing that killed me there last time. We had, at that point, spent about 32 seconds, which is close to the record, and so I think I'm fairly close to the ending, unless I'm somehow losing a lot of time relative to the record holder. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I have to... Maybe I'm falling into the platform too late. No, the platform timing on a blue platform is always going to be triggered by me. And so I just need to play really risky there and get off of the blue platform at the last possible moment. I am kind of flinching from it early because it's coming down towards the lava. It is a piece of music. Okay, yeah, I thought it sounded familiar. I'd have to look that up. And... whoops. Yeah, that one. And... there we go. Nope, pulled back a little bit too hard when it comes to the third jump. I was staying low horizontally. It's just... sorry, staying low vertically. It's just horizontally I was cutting a bit too aggressively that time. Yeah, hit the bomb a little too far to the left. That was the same issue I had, in fact, on the bomb sequence in the previous attempt. Okay, I do need a little bit more height there. The short bounce was working there for me previously, but that was on a slightly better horizontal position, and so I should treat that as a controlled jump. Whoops. If there's one thing you want to see in Mario Maker 2, it would be a magic shield. Like, what kind of shield are you envisioning that is different from the existing Link shield? Like, as in a sort of hit buffer of some sort, or... You know, one of the primary benefits of the Mystery Mushroom in Mario Maker 1 is still missing, which is the ability to have Super Mario's head breaking blocks while you only occupy one tile of space. Like, there are a lot of designs that did not port over from Maker 1 specifically because that was gone. Even apart from the cosmetic costume element of the Mystery Mushroom and Amiibo implementation, so... You just played an 18-minute match of Mario 35. That's impressive. The longest I've gone, I think, is 16 minutes. I mean, at that point, you must have either won or been in the top 2 or 3, right? Yeah, it's really interesting how different the pacing is from Tetris 99. In terms of how quickly the field thins out, and also how long it takes for the final players in the mix to wear each other down. I feel like I'm still going too early, but I don't know how much room I have to work with there. I may need to fall into the platform a little further to the right, and that might be the only way I can do it. It might be that I'm falling into the platform in a bad position right now. It looks like that's probably close to the ending, though, from what I'm seeing, so... Let's just tap that one more time. Yeah, I'm kind of hitting the blue platform on the tip right now, and I can't do that. I think I have to land a little bit closer to the center. And yeah, I got that money. Congratulations on the marathon win there. I mean, if you're having that long a match at that point, you must be pretty high on the coin scoreboard as well. Just given how much time you had to mass coins. There we go. And off, okay. Oh, that's the axe, yeah. That was definitely the axe, yep. I knew that was going to happen and I just missed the timing on it, so. Nice ending. Not that we've cleared the ending, but that's actually a nice ending. I had plenty of opportunity to see exactly what was going to happen there. Yeah, Super Ceiling Fan, that's how we joke around here. Kind of panicked a bit with the timing on the final mole. That's a really great little ending tag, though, to give this concept a send-off. Okay, here we go. Yeah, just kind of bad positioning getting off of the trampoline there. That's... Yeah, Mr. Lizard, this is fantastic fun, which is why I've been on it for so long. I think I've been on this one for probably about 40 minutes. Clear rate is a little above 0.7 right now, or yeah, between 0.7 and 0.8, which seems appropriate. I mean, it's a short level, lots of things to retry compulsively. Great timing mechanic. And the code should be right there on your screen if you want to jot it down and give it a whirl later. Whoops. And yeah, I got that money. As you may have noticed, the ranking in 35 is based on your record number of coins in a single battle, which I think is kind of hard to grind out unless you're just trying to draw like a really long and intense coin-heavy battle over and over until you get one. I mean, it's hard to get on that leaderboard deliberately, I think. I'm too low now. I actually think I might be jumping too late. Like been thinking the whole time that I need to jump later and later, and that's actually taking me too low now. And so I haven't quite found a sweet spot for getting off of that platform. But it's becoming clear to me that thinking about getting off the platform as late as possible is not really the answer when it's actually my vertical position that is falling a little bit short. So we'll just need to find the right position there. Whoops. Yeah, in the end, I think the Mario 35 grade ranking is not going to be that meaningful just because of that. Because, you know, you're kind of at the mercy of the other players and the flow of the game when it comes to whether you are in fact able to farm coins for it. No. Still not finding the arc that I need here, at least. Not very reliably. And yeah, I got that money. That's kind of true, but you also have to have a tough opponent that will keep you going, right? And actually send you back. The other thing is that you get coins off KOs. So as players really learn the ins and outs of 35 and learn how to carefully target players in such a way to score KOs, that's going to get them way up the coin board. That's one thing they can do to get up the board. Like if you're really attentive to who's available to be killed, and if you understand a targeting game, then that's one way to maybe get up there into the S tier consistently. I was initially in the S tier in the special event mode, and I fell back to A because I think it is kind of percentile based, and I did not last. Okay. Yeah, we got to figure out this spot here. Not quite seeing that. Yeah, because I got that money, there's a lot of stuff in 35 that does not register as a KO. Like if I'm just falling into a pit of my own volition, which is how most of my losses happen. Nobody's getting credit for that, right? Like, you're getting credit for it if you are, I think, hitting somebody with an element that you have spawned yourself. Now, just be clear about one thing. I will be closing the queue by the time I'm finished with this level. I'm hopefully getting to clear very soon, given that we got up to the axe previously. And yeah, Mr. Laser, I'm thinking that like trying to activate the blue platform as late as possible is the way to go. It's just that that's much easier said than done. Because it is far too low by the time I jump off of it. Whoops. So let's see. Yeah, those of you in queue, I know I've been on this one for a frightfully long time, but I mean, I just did narrowly miss to clear, and so I think I have to avoid touching the wall there. Okay, I'll take a look at that and see. Yeah, because of my falling arc going down towards the blue platform, I think you're probably correct. I think I know what you're talking about with the wall, and I was considering that earlier, and I don't know why I didn't do it. Maybe it was on my successful attempt that I did do it. Yeah, because I don't have enough forward momentum at that point when it comes to falling towards the platform. And you may be right about that. And that probably is how I did it successfully. Okay, just need to do the pullback from that spring a slightly snappier fashion. Okay, got out of there just in time. Thought it was a little bit laggard there, but managed to get out. There we go. And then, yeah. Yeah, still not a great falling arc, but I see what you're talking about now, that I want to do a bit of a diagonal drop towards the platform. And I've been considering that, but I haven't really been able to pull it off because I have been bumping the corner of the wall regardless. But if I have a much better falling arc, then I should have it. Okay. Early stuff is getting a little more reliable, at least. There we go. There we go. Okay, will we choke? Will we choke? Let's see. Yeah, look at that muncher there. Yeah, that solved the problem. So, thank you for your patience, everybody in queue. And thank you, Meng, especially for that level. I will, at this point, be closing to new submissions, given that we have a massive pile to get through, and I don't actually know if I'll get through it. Just give me one moment to manage that. Yeah, just give me one moment here while I manage some of this stuff off screen. Okay, I think that should display properly now. Queue is closed. We'll hopefully have a decent number of submitters still online, and let's take a look at Glitch. Glitch, thank you once again for the Prime sub earlier on, and we'll be taking a look at part 12 of 12 of the Super World that we've been working on for so long. And here we go. And I think I had pointed this out before, that Super World, the map here spells G for Gunhead. And let's bank up a couple of lives to get above the initial 26. Dying and resetting the checkpoints has been a bit of a problem for me on some of these. But we'll take a look and see how it goes. Should be a boss battle finale, given the Cuphead theme that we've been sticking with all this time. Ready? Voila! Once, of course, I get the train moving, which is kind of an interesting variation. On-off switch over there. What am I supposed to... Oh, okay. No. I need to use the area of effect, don't I? On the shot. Let me... Oh, no. Pokey... I see. Yep. I got it. I don't have the right timing for this, but I think I get the general idea. And this will be basically phase 1 of several, I'm sure. And the artwork here is meant to represent some kind of creature, I believe, but I haven't quite figured out what it is yet. Something oddly spidery, actually. Spider-like. Yeah, Super Ceiling Fan, that's what this whole Super World has been. We are on part 12 of 12, and it has been alternating between run and gun levels and well-up levels. And so every second level has been some kind of giant multi-phase boss fight, and every level also involves the cannon box, because that's how it has simulated the Cuphead experience. No. Ah, okay, no. I haven't really seen the on-off switches line up very well yet with the beat blocks. Like, I haven't seen an opportunity to actually get a shot in. And so that's something I'll have to keep in mind. The other thing I'll have to keep in mind is that these levels have been using the blast radius on the cannon shots quite often. These fights are either very easy or super hard and no in between. Perhaps. I don't remember if I was having more trouble with the run and gun type or with the standard type. Whoops. Yeah, there's often quite a lot of incoming damage though, but I'm just trying to work out the timing for when I should be firing the shot, because it looks like the blasters are the things that are resetting the on-off switches whenever I switch from side to side. And so I need to figure out some way to manipulate the timing such that the on-off lines up or gets delayed somehow. Yeah, let's let the blaster fire and then let me reset that. Oops. Oh. Yeah. There's a particular timing window I need to look for. So, for example, that timing might have worked. And yeah, Super Ceiling Fan, I actually do really enjoy boss levels. I know that some Mario Maker players are not as into them, but I find that very often they bring out the best in what Mario Maker can do, and so I'm usually very open to the idea. Okay. Okay, so here's something important. That's... yeah, it's your horizontal scroll location that's going to affect whether the on-off is reset when you go from side to side. So, how do we make use of that? Do I need to say suspend it on a wall jump or something? There's something I need to do to manipulate the timing. And I was thinking initially that it might have to do with that blast radius mechanic. But it's not enough to hit the on-off switches since they are buried well out of the way. But yeah, there needs to be some kind of manipulation going on here. Yeah, usually there's, you know, some kind of knowledge barrier to figuring out what initially I'm going to do, and then we worry about the execution. And yeah, I'm okay without a hint so far. I'm just trying to sort this out. But it's clear to me that there is some kind of player input that I need to be thinking about here. However, there was that... yeah, there's a hard block placement underneath the on-off switches. That's not really going to do anything for me. I may need to think about the cannonball being trapped by the pipe, or some other kind of deflection. And let's see here. Oh, whoops. Just slipped a bit here. Yeah, because I can tell that the toggling of the on-off switch is something that is screen dependent, in that it is when the blaster is able to fire an object because it is on screen. Like, that's when you get the on-off switch. So I'm just watching the timing and trying to see like how I can actually change it to set up a window that I want, because I think that window is never going to be just given to me. And that as soon as I scroll over, like, the on-off activation is going to happen, right? So I can't actually beat the on-off timing with a shot. And that wasn't a hint, okay. Just, good to clarify that, I suppose. Yeah, maybe it is something to do with my positioning that I should run over it. Yeah, there we go. I actually need to run and slide over as soon as I can before... Yeah, we got it. We got it. I understand it now. I'd better take the checkpoint. Anyway, round 2. Okay, no, I need to not be in proximity on either side. I need to go back and forth in such a way that the Thwomp stays away from me. I think that's fairly clear. Okay. Yeah, because I need a Thwomp to not be within range. Okay, I understand this part. Except I need to be faster, don't I? Because I guess maybe the blasters falling on my head are a bit of a timing lock. So I need to hit Pom-Pom on virtually every, whoops, cycle. But I need to stay on the correct half of the room. And yeah, Desk Trolls will hopefully get to you soon enough. We've had some longer levels here. But hoping to get through the queue soon. I usually close up the queue way before I'm actually going to end the stream, because I do want to get through everybody who has already queued. So I'm going to try my best not to cut off the stream before I am through people who are still here. That's assuming, of course, you're able to wait. So timing on this one is super tight, yeah. I'm down to 7 lives already. I'll probably have to redo segment 1 soon enough, but I understand the general concept now, so... Okay. Yeah, I need to hit Pom-Pom pretty much on every cycle while maintaining position on the correct half of the level. I need to do some manipulation of how she spawns, and also just not forget about the Thwomp position. And hey, Eric Vidas, we just closed up because I have a rather long queue to work with, but if we have a sequence of levels that are quick and easy, I might make room at the end, but for now I can't guarantee any more additions to the queue, so thanks for dropping by regardless. Okay. Nope. Got peeled. I wonder what that P is all about. And, okay. And, no, too close. Yeah, I need to find some way to manipulate Pom-Pom's spacing here. And yeah, Super Ceiling Fan, it happens a lot with queue closures, that people will just drop the codes and go. He is a fireball position. Yeah, I suppose that if I'm not in a good position to... Oh, the Podoboo position. Yeah, that's right. Okay. I see. Yeah, I was not having too much trouble with that. I was... just trying to work out the initial position. Now, thankfully, this part here is just kind of knowledge-based in that if I just... Let's do the first cycle first. I see, that's why you do the first cycle first, because... Yeah, and then you have to ride it over smoothly. Ride it over smoothly without getting hit. Yeah, I understand how I'm supposed to do that sequence now. It took a little bit of figuring out, but... I just need to run back and forth ahead of the rhythm of the beat block timing. Which is why it's not doable on the first cycle here, because of the way that the blasters are being loaded. Oh, whoops. Got peeled once again. Yeah, as with some of the previous fights in this series, I think sometimes the Podoboost shots can be a little bit excessive, but I mean, it's still quite playable. It's just that in many respects the fights are interesting enough already without it. But that's okay. We've been managing. Not quite the timing I needed. Just need to beat that and go. Okay, 38 lives going into checkpoint 1. That's going to be a fairly generous buffer compared to what I was dealing with before. Okay. Yeah, shooting Pom-Pom when she's not in the correct half of the stage is going to be a necessary part of the strategy here. Probably should have just shot her right off the bat, actually. I need to shoot her when I leave the door. Yeah, otherwise I'm not going to beat the blaster timing. Yeah, otherwise there's no way I can beat it. Okay, let's get out of here. Okay, got her. And yeah, just barely out of there in time. No checkpoint here, but that seems decently easy to recreate, and here's our checkpoint. Okay. Round 3. And here's Meowser. Oh, Meowser's just going to push me in the face. Meowser riding a dragon, if you'll look at the artwork. Okay. What am I trying to do? On-off switch, probably. On-off switch is going to manipulate the track block. I don't know if that is something I want to do. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, really do need to watch that blaster-based trigger on the exclamation block, because that is just going to happen whenever possible, given that it is something blaster-based. So I stay on a track block. It looks like it's basically a survival fight, I think. It looks like I'm supposed to activate a P, or wait for a P to activate, and the P is the thing that's going to take him out. I don't know what hitting the on-off is actually doing, apart from manipulating the track block down below. Yeah, Mecha Meowser, for sure. Yeah, obviously, firing into the on-off switch seems to be the main interaction that I'm capable of. I just don't see yet why I'm doing it, in terms of what is actually being manipulated. It may be one of those things where I just have to hit it several times over several cycles, and then the P switch will just activate automatically off screen, but yeah, a lot of stuff to dodge here. Yeah, it is Meowser operating a Mecha Meowser. I do see that now. Oh, okay. He's going to be released. That looks unintentional, unless that's a phase transition. It looks like he was obviously supposed to be killed by the peas, though. I think that was probably just an unintended landing. Yeah, I actually ran into the same issue when I made my bully stage that uses a flying Meowser finale, where like there was one particular edge case that I could never get rid of when it came to accidentally releasing him from his perch. Like, it's a very difficult thing to fix because he gets into a landing pattern pretty much as soon as he makes contact with ground. And that's what the twisters are for. Obviously, you have the twister set up in such a way that he's supposed to stay off ground after the initial firing. But yeah, Meowser's very difficult to control. I've worked with him a couple times. I have 3 different levels with 3 completely different Meowser fights, and he is challenging. And yeah, if you're doing a 3D world and you need a big finale, it seems like he should be part of your final boss idea for sure. I see why you would want to do that. Okay. Kind of understand. Oh, okay. Shouldn't have let the Cheep Cheeps fall in like that. I was controlling their position earlier, but I think it's probably just a couple of shots, and then the P-switch activates. After the P-switch activates, that should give me a key off Meowser, which then gives me access to the keyed door. Yeah, I was trying to land on a track block there, but I just missed. Didn't actually get a shot off in that cycle. Down to 24 lives. Still a decent margin to work with, I think. But we'll just, whoops. Losing a hat there. Okay. Nope. Just occasionally I think my shot is going to hit and I plan around it, and it does not work as I imagined. Always takes a bit of adjustment. But anyway, we're going to just hit on off as often as I can. It's not going to match up with the exclamation block cycle. Yeah, that time I just got zoned out a bit because I could not jump due to the fire. I didn't really have a way to get out of that one, just given the fire positioning and the timing I was working with. Favorite video game soundtrack? Super Ceiling Fan. Very tough to say. Very tough to say, actually. Yeah, it would almost certainly be something Mario, and almost perhaps even something recent like Super Mario Galaxy is way up there. 3D World, actually, Galaxy 2 and 3D World are all very high up on that list, but I don't know that I want to pick favorites simply because there's just so much going on in video game music orchestration, and Chrono Trigger I think is almost too conventional an answer, but Chrono Trigger's soundtrack is just endlessly interesting. You're thinking DKC Returns. Interesting. I would not have necessarily thought of DKC Returns, given that a lot of it is fairly dependent on still electronic mixes of a lot of the original DKC music. Apart from some of the original themes for the Tiki Tongue Terrors and so on. Tropical Freeze, though, has a pretty amazing score. A lot of really great original contributions. And yeah, I got that money. Kind of incredible to think that Galaxy has been around for that long. Very fond memories of playing it on its original release. And okay, we gotta... That was a very narrow escape there. Okay. Oh, no, I was hoping the blocks would disappear quickly enough that I could just drop safely before I was hit by fire. Yeah, Glitch, like you've probably heard me say before, I really do wish that DKC Returns received the HD treatment. It's kind of in need of a complete edition with more control options. Yeah, I recall being very impressed with the late worlds in Returns, though. Particularly the factory world. Yeah, I hit enough and that was the last shot. Yeah, it's just that I just didn't have a good dodging pattern. However, if you didn't require me to have the cannon hat after I get through to Keydor, like if there isn't a cannon check after I beat the boss, then maybe I should have been able to do it on that attempt. I think that's probably just the right number of shots for the tuning of this boss. Like, that felt like a decent length for this fight. Yowzer is, of course, going to escape once again. Yeah, I got that money. Really fond of Octopath's soundtrack. I don't remember if Octopath had the same music team as Bravely Default, but given that it shared a lot of Bravely's development team, but yeah, really interesting to think that, speaking of JRPG soundtracks, that, you know, Mitsuda was basically starting out with Chrono Trigger. And that he's still going, and that, like, Xenoblade 2 was really very interesting from a musical perspective. And I can long jump on the on-off to trigger it. Yeah, yeah. I don't know why I haven't been thinking about that. Probably... in this position, not something I'm likely to do. No. Okay. Down to 10 lives. Yeah. If I have to restart, I think I can get back here pretty quickly. Yeah, it's more that Super Ceiling Fan, usually from playing a lot of these levels, I know that Glitch usually puts in some pretty strict requirements for keeping a cannon box, and so I usually don't trust a lot of methods that would require me to lose the cannon box or put me in danger of doing so, because the levels here often discourage that pretty strictly. I mean, it's one of those things that's possible, but, you know, I'd rather not take the hit given how many cycles I would need to survive for that. Like, if it's something like the last hit, then yeah, maybe. But yeah, getting crunched between the somewhat random fireball spacing and the exclamation block timing has been one of the more concerning things to deal with here. I mean, just need to dodge well for the most part, but yeah, if I have a fireball directly over my head when the oh, whoops, exclamation block is being refreshed, then that gets me into a ton of trouble. 5 lives. You have to go? Yeah, Super Ceiling Fan. Too bad you couldn't stay. I know I took way too long on some of the earlier ones today, but hoping to continue to see you around. I am making some changes to my viewer level schedule, hopefully, to make it a bit more accessible, so... Yeah, let me check the current state of the list, actually. Since we're about to hit the game over glitch, I'll see how many additional attempts I'll put in. It may be that I need to do this over multiple segments simply because I am trying to get through the rest of today's queue. But at the same time, I feel really quite close. I feel like this is very manageable, just with some better and perhaps luckier dodges. Yeah, we're getting closer. Oh, no. Yeah, once again, just not finding a comfortable escape timing there. And yeah, for the most part, this fight does not feel that hard. Like, it's very manageable in terms of spacing, is that sometimes you just have a really bad draw when it comes to where the fireballs are going to go. And I wonder if I should be doing more to manipulate Meowser's aiming when it comes to getting the fireballs a little bit further out of my way. Just a lot of variables to keep track of, though. And yeah, pretty much as soon as the exclamation blocks go down, I need to treat them as though they're going to refresh immediately, like that. That was a dangerous play. Yeah, just got crunched on all sides once again. Yeah, Glitch, when I hit game over, I'm going to see if I want to continue this session. I may have to continue it on the catch-up stream, but this is definitely one I would want to do. Particularly if you are able to be present, since I feel quite close and I do want to wrap this one up. It's more that we have a somewhat dicey queue situation currently, but who knows? Well, okay. Oh, nope. Maybe we will go for that long jump hit. No, no way. Okay. Let me think about this for just a moment. I wonder why my chat window is not displaying timestamps. Hang on. Yeah, I'll give this a few more goes, actually. Might not stay on it super long, but we're just close enough that if I can get back there without too much trouble, we'll do it. While all this stuff is still mostly fresh in my memory. Okay. Yeah, first attempt there, you see. So, we'll see how quickly I can get Pom Pom down. Oh, forgot the first shot. Yeah, I think I'm probably not going to get the proper timing to get her. That's okay. Nope, missing. Yeah, just need to do a quick shot immediately. No need to charge. And we'll just stay on a correct half of the level. Whoops. Now, she is beatable if I lose the cannon head, so it's something I may want to take advantage of. Whoops. Okay, we'll just try to do this cleanly. Yeah, that's okay. Let's just keep going. Okay, got it. Oh, except, yeah, power-up check, that's right. Because that precludes you from getting to the checkpoint, that's right. That's okay, we'll do that. Yeah, I just missed the first few shots entirely, so... Just need to get her very cleanly once every cycle. I just have a habit of charging every shot with this, and I don't take advantage of the instant shot nearly often enough. Power up check? No, I'll need to lose here. Okay. Pom-pom. Okay, just gonna shoot her directly. That seems to be an appropriate method, and there we go. Not too bad. 33 lives coming in here, and let's get back into the other fight. Okay, back here. Okay. And yeah, track block is so far out of the way, I do want to follow it for the moment. And we are through. First try. Look at that. See, that wasn't that bad. I'm glad I put in one last round of attempts for a knockout. And here's a power-up check over here, in case you decided to just lose the cannon box on the spike block at the very end. So, thank you for that glitch. At last, we are finished, and someday we may even have to see some other levels by you. World record, given that we had just, of course, restarted and taken a few deaths on Pom Pom. So yeah, that's been a project about 2 months in the making, I think. And I think we've earned this screen here. And Mr. Laser, thank you for checking in. I hope teaching went well for you earlier. As you can see, we did, in fact, take so long on everything else that you were back in time. Yeah, thank you, Glitch, once again. A Dale of Revenge. When Dale's distant cousin is swamped, Dale's family unites for revenge. Reminds me of an old Peanuts comic. Over hill and over dale. Poor Dale. And yeah, Glitch, very glad on my side that I got that quickly as well. I was kind of feeling that I was about to get it, and so very worthwhile to put in that extra attempt. Okay. That's gonna give me a coin. Poor Dale. Hey, look at that. Poor Dale. Like I was saying. Okay, so we're going to have probably a multi-checkpoint sequence, as expected. Let's just do it left side first. Okay, what's going on here? I need to probably just follow this through, maybe? Yeah, there's a particular input sequence I want, probably, too. Actually, no. I want to not be here, do I? I want to get on the spike block by way of a spin jump. And if I maintain a spin jump across the center column, I should be fine. If I hit the trampolines like that, it's a little tricky for me to get back out, but I instinctively tend to check pipes first before checking anything else. But it looks very much like I want to... Yeah, just do a wall jump sequence over the center. There we go. Now, don't want to get to the swamp down there. Point is going to spit me out to the main room. Okay, great. And we have the repeated checkpoint. Okay, so I want to bounce this a little more accurately than that. Actually reminds me somewhat of the Yoshi egg manipulation in Ragnarok X's Yoshi rescue level. That was... Oh, we've done that one. Yeah, that's the only thing with these setups sometimes, is that I have to remember what I have and haven't seen. Okay. Nope. Support positioning there. And once I grab the coin, I can take the trampoline to get out using the pipe. Fairly straightforward, I think. Yeah, let's approach this from the left. Whoops. Nope. Let's not do that. Okay, got a little bit ambitious there, but a few minor adjustments should do the trick. Yeah, I keep checking the pipes. That's entirely out of habit. Okay. Nope. Got letting go a bit early. Okay, there we are. Well, let's not die here. Pipes are just for the color coding? Yeah, that helps. I think it helps, maybe. Well, yeah, if you just kind of identify it as the yellow room, green room, etc. Right, because it's when you drop out of the other side. Well, let me think about that, because often the safety coins, not the safety coins rather, but the collectible coins in a repeatable checkpoint setup do themselves act as a bit of a visual clue. That was a bad idea. I actually needed to lower the thwomp first, I think. Let's see here. Yeah, no, I mean, I understand what you are going for with that, but yeah, we need to manipulate the spike such that we have access to this. I want to ride the spike ball such that the thwomp is going to drop. When the thwomp drops, it's going to thwomp its way down and probably get trapped under something like a one-way panel by the looks of it. So it'll be on the spike ball, then on a thwomp. Yeah. That's going to be much too late. Yeah, the thwomp does get trapped. But I need to get an earlier jump down on a spike ball and ride it out in such a way that the thwomp has enough time to get in position below me. Too high, but that's the right idea. That is the correct timing. Okay, let's see this. Yeah, always appreciate the use of repeated elements like having the spike in that position. Let's get out of here safely. And the winged thwomp was trapped in that room. I am only kind of partly following the overarching plot involving the thwomps that are trapped a little bit out of the way, but... Okay, it looks like I need to ride this and that I would have wanted to get in the claw, wouldn't I? What's this? Okay, that seems important. Now, do I want to get in here? Yeah, let's ride this. Okay, wasn't expecting that, but if I go on the first cycle, I should be fine. Also, if I'm not going on the first cycle, I can take the safety location that is on the left side. And... oh, whoops, wasn't expecting that momentum either. I should probably be taking that location on the left side anyway, just to hedge against interactions quite like that. Wonder what manually activating that spring is all about, and why I would need to do it. I don't know if you're just out of entity space or something, in terms of spawning that in. Yeah, it just struck me as kind of interesting that I would have to tap that manually, unless you were just out of entity budget. Oh, leftover of an earlier idea, okay. Yeah, well, it says to tap it, so we'll do that anyway, see how that goes. Yeah, I did want to ride that up, but... and I think I do want to keep the spike ball alive like that for the subsequent interaction on the top side that will eventually allow me to break open this guy. Let's just wait for the spike ball to come back down, and we'll drop it when it's kind of on this backswing over here. And then I'll need to get very safely out of the way. No, not like that. That's a bit too soon. But we'll drop it from this location. And... maybe I need to go back down. Spawn one more. And whoops. It's okay, we'll just let the claw do another grab. Should be able to pick up at least one of these. Nope. Need it to not grab me. Come on. Nope. Maybe I do need to redo this interaction from scratch, but we'll see if we can be safe about it. Yep. Oh, except not so much. Yeah, I was just about to get that. I probably should have just been doing spin jumps there anyway, just to, once again, hedge against disasters. Okay, let's get this in the mix, and then we'll try to drop that a little bit accurately. We'll see how it rolls when I drop it. It's supposed to go there. Yeah. I just need to get to safety, probably just in that bottom left corner. Which is a location that it should never touch if I'm doing this properly. I forgot to hit the block? No, I got it, I got it. I thought I had forgotten. But let's wait this out. And we got it. And then I move this over here. And get out. And what do I do for the safety coin? Let me take a look. The door. Ah, there's a safety coin. Okay. So why don't we grab this first? What is this doing? Okay, just enforcing the state. Aha! A post-safety coin sequence just to keep things nice and tense. I'd better get out of here. That was maybe slightly frightening, but... Okay, for a post-safety coin sequence, has a bit of an ending touch, and indeed a Dale of Revenge. That was thankfully forgiving, but you can totally see how I might have taken a death there, so... Thank you very much for that, Mr. Laser. Pretty interesting spike ball manipulation concept all around, and... Ah, I see. When Dale's distant cousin is swamped, Dale's family unites for revenge. I should have remembered that from reading it in the start. And so, yeah, so the whole Thwomp gang decides to just gang up on you, and you decide to take all of them out as well, which is justice served. Okay, down the list we go to whoever is remaining, beginning with Strunk Buddy, if you are still here. Yeah, Strunk Buddy, thank you so much for waiting very, very patiently. I know you queued ages ago. I usually try not to spend upwards of half an hour on certain levels, but the ones in question today were all levels where we were fairly close, so did want to do that. Okay, never going to give you one up. I don't see a music tag on this, so I suppose it may not totally be a Rickroll, and thank you so much for the cheers, Mr. Laser. And take care as well. If you race among 1-ups, you have to act like you have a single life. So, we'll see how this concept unfolds. Got about 2.5% on this. Oh, lovely little countdown here for the race. I didn't really start on a great position, but... Yeah, going to be a speed run, but with a bit of a flavor of racing the shroom. And as you can see, taking off a little bit late did punish me a bit at the end. But it seems fairly gentle if I'm just readying myself and ready to go right away. And if I just follow everything strictly, the timing should work out. No, I don't know why I did that. That was clearly a full jump. Three, two, one. Love the synchronization of the music with that as well. Yeah, very interesting variant on the typical forward-moving speed level. down to 2% though. There must be something here that gets much more challenging. Aha! 4 segments. Using, of course, the linear checkpoint trick for sequential checkpoints. Using the way that the entity limit is manipulated by the collection of pink coins. I remember being very impressed the first time I saw this kind of checkpoint setup. And that it gives you tons of checkpointing. Whoops. Yeah, okay, I see. Jump up against the trampoline using the spin. Yeah, I see. I get it. Yeah, using, of course, far more than the usual, spin jumps, far more than the usual number of checkpoints to give you a multi-part level in sequence. Yeah, just a really great mechanism. I haven't actually seen it in a long time. It's been a while since I've seen a level that uses it. But this is a good use of it in that you have something like a multi-part race, and that it does have this very linear forward-moving feel, but broken down into speedy little segments. Okay, there we go. That's a big muncher, and it's going to miss. And we'll have Checkpoint Mechanism Part 2. Okay. I see. No, I need to jump out of the shell immediately upon falling into it. I didn't think I fell into it until much later than that point, though, so I just need to pop that again and figure out what went wrong there. There we go. Okay. Yeah, no, I still got it. That was an ending that took me a moment to process, but I saw what was happening. Okay. On we go. Yeah, it felt like I lost a tiny bit of time there with the up throw, but... Oh, whoops. Yep, let up a bit too much on horizontal momentum. That's fairly easy to sort out. Not too concerned about it. Didn't actually need to take the jump there. Oh, okay. I don't know what's going on with my timing there, but I'll see if I can fix it. Yeah, I think I'm being caught a little off guard by the conveyor and how it's setting me back slightly. Okay, slightly more accurate release will fix that location. And, yeah. Nice, very satisfying. And, yeah, I got trapped a little bit at the end because of the way I was falling into that. But I think I understand what adjustment I have to make in order to make that work. Oh, whoops. Awful jump on my part. And okay. Yeah, just gonna spawn everything in. Bounce, bounce. No, I was supposed to wear that the way I did previously, so I could damage boost across the next segment. Just a slight variation in timing. I don't know where exactly that was coming from on my end, but if I just continue holding right across the entirety of the conveyor belt, that should be reliable. Yeah, because the timing is all set up here. I had a full jump out of the shell. I don't know why I was knocked into that position. And hey, Ceiling Fan, welcome back. You are still in the queue. I think you are anyway, unless you removed yourself. Okay. Yeah, I just got trapped a little bit on that last jump earlier. Kind of surprised that this is as far down as something like 2%. It actually feels pretty relaxed, although I guess we'll see how this segment goes. Kind of an interesting design there with the saw blades acting as eyes. Okay, have to race all the shells. And Bowser's just going to get taken out like that. It's going to give me the final coin. Yeah, I should have gotten some of the 10 coins, but that's okay. We'll take the win. Yeah, thank you for that, Strunk Buddy. That was a very neat variation on what in most cases was kind of a bit of a worn-out format in terms of, you know, just the hold right levels where you follow the coin trails and follow markers. This was actually a very good version of that in terms of giving it some aesthetic flavor, giving it a bit of a story of outrunning the one-ups and hitting Bowser and so on, and the setups themselves were actually quite fun. A lot of strong sense of identity between each successive segment, I think. So, very happy to play that. Not going to approach Shadowling's record on it, though. And yeah, we are, of course, closed up for today, but would be happy to have you back. Also, yeah, not surprised that has about 8,000 plays on it. Must have really blown up in its prime. Is the bot registering this as a win? I don't know if it is. Let me see if Warp World is going to cooperate with me here. And let's try to get the next level loaded up. I think Warp World is just being a little bit slow. Okay, let me just make sure the current position is vacated. X Trolls, if you are still here. X Trolls, I see you listed, and yep, you are still here. Thank you for checking in, and thank you again for getting through a very long wait to be played. Into the cursed TV world. Ah, yes, this is the Phanto level you were telling me about. Avoid Phanto at all costs. Team Tassium. Don't know what Team Tassium is, but I guess we'll find out. Okay. Oh, hey, look, this is the cursed television set. With its antenna looking like angry eyes. It's going to glitch on us, and it's going to wish us GL. GL for George Lucas. Oh, look at that. That's neat. And here's the cursed key. So, I need to let some fire probably eradicate the ice blocks on the right side, don't I? Maybe this is a puzzle interaction. Whoops. Yeah, obviously I was not supposed to hit Phanto, because then I can't get through the clouds here without SMB2, so we'll just take the death and try that again. So it looks like it is very much just a survival timer until the big Podoboo decides to drop off its track. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Okay, let's just wait for that. I haven't played enough Phanto levels to really kind of have a deep understanding of what his pattern is like. Whereas the Sun and Moon are very understandable in terms of their camera positioning, but Phanto definitely has a certain logic behind the movement pattern. It's just that I don't know it reliably. And then that's possibly something we'll know quite a lot better by the time we are out of here. So... no. Quick turnaround on adapts, at least. So let me take a look at the timing here. It is going to be a part of the level that I enter at, we'll see in just a moment, 4:89 on the clock. Let's see how long this is, even if we do fail miserably. Yeah, almost certainly just based on a track pattern, I would guess, dropping the Podoboo at the appointed hour or second. Yeah, approximately 20 seconds. And we've spent the cursed key. We need to grab another one. And looks like it's not actually reachable for me, is it? Okay, that's too bad. Let me just scout ahead. Obviously, I can't complete it at this point, but yeah, that's going to be using the SMB2 high jump. I wonder if these question blocks are just containing coins that were there to incentivize the SMB2 high jump. But it should not be hard to get back in there. So let's just go. Okay. And we'll just wait this out. Going to be about 20 seconds of dodging. Yeah, better not to swing the claw around and just sit on it and jump. Okay. Here, I just want to go directly to a high jump location when I can. And yeah, looks like that's just going to be plucking some clouds. And here we are. Yeah, a little bit more dodging here and there. Looks like I can make use of divines from time to time. If I'm on the wrong side of the spike balls, as I'm just about to be. I should have just jumped over it, but let's see the rest of this just to watch the pattern. I will, of course, fail the cloud check at the end. Okay, not too much to it. Now, this entire segment so far is before CP1, so we're in for a bit of a longer experience, which is fine. Burrito, burrito, hand over your Tostitos. I mean, I guess if that's the incantation that you invoke when ordering your burritos, you know, that's what gets your order in. Burrito, burrito, hand over your Tostitos. Would you like fries with that? Let's drop out. I mean, I guess if you already have Tostitos, then you probably don't want fries with that. And okay, there we go. And we'll just let the mask dance around. Look very threatening. But yeah, apart from one or two jumps there, that is pretty simply bypassed. Okay, let's not get scorched by fire here. Probably let him go once. And then we just tap our way down. Okay, I want to stay to the right of the pipes whenever I can, just to not deal with the initial spike ball roll to the left. That's not always going to be possible, though, so... nope. Totally didn't follow his curve properly. Yeah, so Phanto has a bit of a figure eight movement, and so that's what I should be thinking about when attempting to predict the movement pattern. After the initial spawn, yes, so let's see. Kind of a figure eight. Not exactly. I don't know how reliable the positioning actually is, because obviously there is a little bit of a change in the vertical spacing that allows me to remain in position over several cycles. Let's drop down here, wait for the fire. Okay, this is a little off my previous pattern. Let's just get back here and fix that. Nope. That's not how to fix that. I mean, given that you're entering a television set, I guess this is the kind of level that is best played with a CRT filter. Like the one that you would have gotten with the 8-bit Mario Amiibo, in fact, in Maker 1, where you would really get that TV tube effect. I mean, obviously you want to be using SMB2 here for all of the relevant interactions, but I'm sure that were the CRT effect available in Maker 2, you would definitely have used it independently if you could. So let's just let Phanto do his job. With occasional dodging. Just a few more seconds should do the trick here. And out we go. Okay. Alright, let's... Okay. Always forget about that little uptick in the pattern. Just that upward part of the curve throwing me off repeatedly. We'll just have to learn how to play around that until it happens. Where's the key? Interesting here, too, that it gives you a preview of the way that P-blocks mark the Podoboo positions under Divine. You have plenty of time to stare at that while you are doing this part of the level, just as a bit of preparation for what is to come. And indeed what is to come in this segment right here. Okay, yeah, going right away is going to get back to the pattern I was using previously. Oh, did not expect to hit the fire there. That was not the best. I could have just done a quick reset here, of course, not having hit any kind of checkpoint. Yeah, fairly big oof once again. And let's not forget to hit the switch. Okay, so once again, we'll face the mask. Yeah, previously I think we found that we do have a very consistent pattern to work with. If we just stand still, it's going to be 2 jumps until the fire comes down, and then 3rd jump to get over. So yeah, once I find a comfortable pattern with these things, instead of trying to play chaotically, I think it works a whole lot better. Yeah, let's not jump into the fire once more. Okay, here is this segment. Oh, did not expect Phanto to do that. Yeah, so Phanto does have a bit of a screen dependency as well. Kind of like with the Sun, Moon, and Cloud patterns. It's just that that orients, I think, the horizontal boundaries to where his arc is going to go. And the figure 8 pattern just happens within that, so... do need to plan around that a little more carefully. I mean, this level is probably the most substantial exploration of Phanto's pattern that I've seen, in that I haven't had to think of this as a pattern in most other appearances of the Cursed Key that I've actually played. So it's a bit of a learning experience, but it is something that I think can be mastered systematically if you have the patience to approach it that way. Nope, I knew that was coming. Okay. Let's continue. Down we go. And we'll just let him run around a bit. Should be a few more seconds, and then we will be out of here. Yeah, getting here with a pretty consistent entry and exit time. Okay. This seems to work well. And should be able to get out of here quickly. Yeah, just need to really watch that pattern. Kind of interesting that even when Phanto scrolls off screen, because the key is still attached to me, the pattern seems to reset. Okay, we are through. Okay. Now, let's just spend the key. We have a different on-off state now going back to where we were originally, I think, or going back to somewhere similar. Okay, on-off switch in its current state will take me back here. I see. Oh. Yeah, I was thinking that the spike balls would bust something open, but guess not. That's going to be a high jump, for sure. I'd better wait for one more round here. And on-off will get me across. High jump will get me up to the vine. Great. Now let that break out. Okay, pretty interesting sequence here. Except that's going to blow me right up as I approach the door that I was going for. That's fine, we saw most of that segment in one go. Seems pretty manageable. Yeah, this one's neat. I feel like, Phanto is just one of those elements where you're mostly playing against the pattern in that, Phanto is not going to be terribly interactive, but here you're really kind of leaning into the SMB2 origins of these elements just by requiring, of course, a lot of the SMB2 mechanics as a form of gating. But yeah, like I was saying earlier, you don't really see very many levels require you to think very carefully about Phanto as an element that's doing anything substantial, and so it's kind of a nice change and a really nice sequence of obstacles as well that develops on a series of ideas introduced gradually. So for example, earlier on in the track segment, we were already seeing some of the early signs of the spike balls dropping on the platform, but then that's something that's elaborated upon in this segment to do things like break open the pathways on the top level. And so they're not just things that you dodge, they are ultimately things that also carve out your path. Yeah, nice gentle series of on-off interactions as well. Sometimes, depending on where I'm scrolling, it can kind of seem like Phanto is just whipping me from off-screen, but I think the best thing to do in those cases is, if I expect to be doing a lot of scrolling, I should make sure I know what the mask position is, before I start going. Yeah, it was for a contest. Yeah, it is a very visually striking level, and like I was saying earlier about the way that the Podoboo positions were being signaled by the P blocks, it's one of those levels that does give you fair warning about what its own internal rules are going to be. And oh, okay. Yeah. A lot of little things to keep you on your toes. Okay, let's just... Whoa, yeah, you see what I'm saying with... I think what's happening... I don't really know much about the logic behind the scenes of how Phanto is actually implemented, because it's just an element I see so rarely used. But I think what's going on in some cases is that when I'm scrolling, Phanto is actually getting off-screen and being reset in some way, so... Like, if I'm scrolling fast enough, I think sometimes Phanto is way out of the way and then comes whipping back. Whoops. Yeah. Trying to beat that jump there. That did not work out too well. But yeah, very neat idea. Nope. Definitely a very challenging pattern to play around when it comes to making a decent, educated guesses of where their safety zones are going to be. Yeah. Should generally, I think, stay low and dodge by going side to side. Unless it's a very obvious jump like that one. Taking some occasional corners. Whoa, okay. Hoping I would have enough of margin there to react to however Phanto was going to come in. I mean, I was thinking of hitting on-off on a bit of delay there, specifically because I wanted to see the position that I would have to deal with, and it was not quite what I needed. Okay. Whoa. Getting a bit impatient. So was the Phanto contest, or was the contest you were making this for a Phanto contest specifically, or did it have a different set of rules? Because it looks like most of these elements are kind of late patched elements. Spike balls for sure. Not the stretches, obviously, but spike balls, cursed key, SMB2. Yeah, I guess you made this for Team Tassium, right? I don't think I know Team Tassium. But I'm not really up to speed on a lot of my contest communities. Platforming and Light Kaizo, okay. Yeah, it definitely feels quite unique. Okay, let's get down here again. And, yeah, just dodge a net block. Yeah, the thing about Phanto is that there definitely are ways to read the pattern and make it behave. It's just that, whoops, I wanted to drop in there and I just missed. Because I am finding particular locations that are working for me pretty much every time. Your first contest. So was this a contest that already concluded? Because I don't think I really took a look at the publication date of this level as I will sometimes do. Oops. Yeah, because we do have a fair number of people come here to playtest some things they are preparing as contest submissions. Partly because I am often willing to look at you know, beta versions of things and see how they go. Okay. Nope. No. Got a bit complacent about the timing there. Included at the beginning of this month, I see. Well, just a few days ago then. It's... yeah, definitely going to come out as feeling quite different, I think, from what a lot of submissions would be from people who are trying to build Light Kaizo, for instance, which this doesn't feel like at all simply because of its level of flexibility and improvisation. Definitely the kind of level of difficulty you would expect, though, in terms of who the audience is going to be. Okay, finally. Back here at last. Whoa, okay. Didn't really have time to deal with that. Yeah, sometimes when I am near the edge of the screen, on the same side that Phanto had recently disappeared, that's when I start getting a little bit nervous about how it's going to go, because I can't quite anticipate the position of where the mask is going to come in from off screen. And so in that location where I just died, for instance, I think on previous attempts I was deliberately waiting to have the mask come back on screen just so I could have a more informed view of how to play around it. Okay. This is the pattern I was going with earlier, and then now I wait. Nope. That corner's going to be a bit too tight for me there. It's okay, we'll hopefully be out of this sequence soon enough. Okay. Get in here. Back upstairs. Yeah, definitely prefer to wait for the next spike ball here. Okay, having Phanto on the left in this... Oh, no. Thought it was going to be safe. I was about to say, having Phanto on the left in that part of the cycle seemed to be a pretty good idea, simply because I wouldn't have to worry about being whipped from the right side of the screen. But that didn't quite work out as I had hoped. So yeah. There are a few things I can do, I think, to manipulate Phanto's position in terms of how I'm being targeted based on the way the camera is placed, and so that's something I should keep in mind. Okay, spike ball, go, go, go. And yeah, using the vines is definitely part of the approach that I should be taking here. Almost there. Okay, it would have been quite a shame to get whipped right at the last minute. And there's the mask. And a checkpoint is not repeated, at least here, but possibly through the pipe? Yes. And slope is not going to get me through here, obviously. That's just done for symmetry. Looks like I'm going to come through here, grab a key, come back out, hit this. It'll be interesting to see what the ice blocks and spike tops rather are telling me, and it's telling me, of course, about the mechanic that I am about to face. So yeah, kind of interesting that you would spawn in here, you would see this preview of what the next segment is going to be about. So, definitely a lot of thought all over this level put into signaling what's coming next and acting as a bit of foreshadowing. Obviously I've blown this attempt, I just want to see what lies ahead. This is, of course, just a segment past CP2, and so I assume that I will eventually come out that right side pipe, actually. And yeah, you can see a pipe at the end here, which indicates to me that there will be some kind of change in pipes after that. So just going to walk through this. And that's going to be an SMB2 jump. Oh, interesting. I guess if you, do the SMB2 jump, that would be enough to grab onto the vines, and then that would allow you to roll up the pipe. Okay. Yeah, this segment will... Whoops. Take a little bit of practice, but I'm sure we can get it. And whoops, no. Okay, let's take this, and whoops, very near thing on multiple occasions. Okay, couldn't quite see how close I was to the icicles given the way that their vertical position in the camera scrolls in. Maybe I should have been paying attention to the icicle drip. But that would only be for the ones that fall though, right? So it would not apply there anyway. Okay. Yeah, I'll just have to be careful when I count my way up to the top stack. I wasn't really able to anticipate how much headroom I would have going into the icicle stack, so that's just the only thing there. Yeah, trying to make that jump, not really going to do the trick. Basically, as soon as I see this platform here, which has that neat little diagonal track acting as aesthetic reinforcement, I need to think about heading directly ahead and staying low, like keeping my head down as soon as I reach this platform here. And as soon as I see the coins, actually. Okay. Let's redo this. Alright. Okay, just needed to take this cautiously. I said take this cautiously. I wasn't expecting the stretch to stay up for that long. I was hoping that it would have retracted by then. But we are making progress. Very steadily. Nope. Yeah, kind of interesting that everything here, not just Phanto, but also just the floating platforms, have that kind of steadily oscillating pattern, sort of resembling a figure eight. That's going to be jump. Okay, now let's go. Nope. I don't know if I should have gone for the lower level there. Obviously there is enough room, but I should do something like a crouch jump just to make that absolutely safe. No, once again, I have to jump up a little bit there just to check the camera, I think, before I do anything quite as risky as that. Yeah. Nope. Okay. Let's try this again. Yeah, need to exercise a bit more patience when I'm that close to the top of the stack. Yeah, that was not going to be a very winnable position over there. Was trying to stall there a bit that time just to compensate for some of the issues I was having getting out of that platform earlier. Too slidey. Okay, let's continue. Yeah, once again, trying to find a pattern that will allow me to dodge the one coming down on a top stack is something I'll have to find a more reliable method for doing. Whoops. Yeah, given that sometimes I think I have to do a bit of a jump just to see him coming. So, always a bit of a risk with vertical climbs like that, just in terms of thinking about how things are going to look on the player camera. Yeah, I do have to. I was about to say I do have to wait for the next segment there, but yeah, it's just the placement of the 6th spike top at the very top that is throwing me off a little bit, but it's just a matter of finding the pattern that's going to actually do the job. There we go. Not sure how reliably I can do that, but I'll take it. Okay, that's going to be crouch jump for sure. And we are out. And there's more. Okay, the stretches take a long time to go away. Wow. And yeah, this is kind of a review of some of the concepts we've seen so far in this level. A lot of familiar elements in that part. Yeah, pretty substantial multi-part adventure. Whoops. Oh, whoops. Not the proudest moment here. Okay, let's go on. Nope. Okay. Nope. I was paying too much attention at that point to the note blocks and that rhythmic pattern caused by the bounces on the right side. The munchers falling into them. I mean, that's done purely for musical purposes here, I think, but it was kind of a neat effect and it caught my attention. Yeah, no. Having a bit of trouble. Still. But if I can find a pattern that works there 100% of the time, then I'm in good shape. It's just that until then I can expect to be here rather often. Okay, that was a very near thing. Yeah, I have to skip the stretch entirely. Better if I just skip it, I think. Let Phanto get out of the way. Okay, no. I have to time myself around 3 different moving targets. And that was maybe a little too much for me to track at once, but we'll have to work around that somehow. Yeah, nice low jump over here. We'll do the trick. Nice to get that cleanly for a change. Okay. And on we go. Yeah, no, I'm not finding an opening there. Because when the stretch goes down, I still have those two other elements to stall my way around, and... Okay, that was looking very dangerous. I think I need a more precise idea of how many cycles the stretch is going to take here. SMB mushroom check when I get to the pipe, okay. Oh, SMB 1, okay. Spike ball here. Going under the muncher like that was stylish, but probably unwise. Ah, okay, I see. Interesting, I would have assumed that it was going to be an SMB2 check like everything else. But, you know what, we'll take this, we'll get out. And we have escaped the television. Yeah, I just kind of assumed that it was going to be an SMB2 check like everything else, but that worked out well. Ducking under that muncher near the end was a bit of a terrifying moment, but so much for the cursed television. So yeah, thank you for that, Dex Trolls. I did take a while with that, but that is very chunky kind of level in terms of scale and in terms of having a chance to develop several ideas at once and blend them into something that still flows very well from one segment to the next. I know it's the kind of thing that would feel on the long side for a lot of players and sometimes comes off as long in a viewer level setting, but it's actually the kind of scale of ambition I always like to see. So the bot is not responding to the victory. We just see how the list is going. I think it did manage to check that off. Yeah, okay, no, it didn't manage to check that off. And yeah, thanks for submitting. Okay, we've thinned out the numbers a bit, I think, just from how many long levels we've had. But Shieldster, I believe you're still here, but you should confirm that with me. I do see you on the list, but you might want to flag your presence, since we are going to be winding down with the last few people who are still here. Sequel is currently in the making. Well, I'd be very happy to see it when you are finished. So yeah, just going to give Shieldster a quick chance to check in here, since I'm not 100% certain if you are in fact here or if we just have a bit of a delay on Twitch. I know that Got That Money is here, and so I might just skip a spot at least for now if Shieldster is not checking in. Still in the queue, but just going to swap the order quickly. Particularly because this one looks like it might take some time. So, I Got That Money. Let's take a look at this one first. EFS to FQ 6VG. Yeah, and if I accidentally skipped a Shieldster, he can correct me as necessary. Because it did look like a pretty cool thumbnail on that level. It's just that it might be a bit of a longish one at this point. So here's 4-5, Ludwig's Flooded Fortress. Escape Ludwig's sunken stronghold as he tries to put you in a watery grave. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Night Castle in SMB 3. And let's swim our way through. Okay, What do we got here? Do we have a power-up frog? Wonderful. Frog is always a great mix with SMB3 Night Castle, of course. Which is, given how beautifully it replicates the SMB3 Castle artwork, just a very underused theme in general. But I feel like it's gotten more use since the frog came out. Just from the way that frog makes swimming generally more manageable. But yeah, we'll just dodge all the missiles we can. And yeah, I see that you've been publishing the different parts of your current world project sort of in a non-linear order as you finish up the levels that are going to fit in certain spots in the progression. So yeah, looking forward to seeing what that's going to be like when you eventually get through the whole thing. I know I was also in the middle of the current uploaded world you have, Got That Money, which consists of the older levels, all of which I'd played, but which I hadn't necessarily recorded, so... Okay, let's move on here and remember that I can actually pop the mecha missiles. Whoa. Yeah, do have some fairly clear indications here. Maybe not going to go for the 30 coin in my current state of fragility. And that's going to be a checkpoint. I'm guessing that we will have a proper face-off against Ludwig once we get through the clearly marked boss door. Ah, okay, it's going to be Mecha Koopa with a bit of Muncher protection. Now, yeah, time survival on this segment. Now, what do we do about Ludwig? Let's figure this out. We need to get over here. Ah, key. Okay. So I just survive this until I get another state switch. Yeah. And that's done by proximity. Oh, interesting spawn block patterns here in terms of loading all of these guys in. Very interesting variation that I was not expecting, given how clean that side of the level was looking. And that's it. Let's grab this guy. Yeah, very nice. Looking forward to seeing how that's going to fit, as I said, into the eventual World 4 you're putting together. Yeah, it's been kind of interesting to see you sort of expand your technical repertoire with little tricks like that still belong very well in a clean traditional format. So, looking pretty good. Thank you for that. I'm going to see who's actually remaining here. I know that Super Ceiling Fan, you came back, right? I don't know if Super Ceiling Fan's still here or if they tapped out again. Let me just pull up Shields one more time as a last check. I think that might actually be the last one today, then, because we took so long on some of the other levels that we scared everybody away. So if anybody is currently in the queue list, please do check in. If not, I'm just going to assume that we are done for the day, and hopefully you'll be able to catch me next time. Stream is going to be looking pretty erratic in times ahead. The schedule, of course, will always be on Discord. But we're kind of mixing it up between this game and Mario 35 and a whole bunch of other things as the month goes on. We will probably do the usual late night weekend stream of Mario Maker this weekend, but stay tuned for updates. So, in the absence of anybody else checking in, I'm just going to say thanks for watching. And I mean, we may scan around to see if we can toss anybody our meager remaining viewership, but whether we do or not, that's all from my end. Have a good evening, or a good night, or whatever it is, and fare thee well.